EQQ, regarding guidelines on school safety and security, developed by Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, Reg. Guidelines on School Department of School Education State. Notification. In pursuance of the order of Honorable Supreme Court in the writ petition Criminal No. 136 of 20 feet 1, 7 and writ petition Civil No. 874 of 20L7 and decision taken by Ministry of Education MO to frame guidelines for fixing the accountability of the school management in the matter of safety of the children. MO has recommended the Guidelines on School Safety and Security 2021 for fixing the accountability of the school management in the matter of safety of the children studying in all schools including private schools. Exercising its power S35(2) of the RTE Act, 2009 and as per its mandate under Rule 93 of the Juvenile Justice Model Rules, 2016. The state government notifies the guidelines on school safety and security for fixing the accountability of the school management in the matter of safety of the children studying in all schools including private schools with effect from 1. Index. SL. No. Particulars L. Abbreviation. Page No. UL. Executive Summary. 6 to 7. 8 to 9. 1. Background. 10. 1.1 Order of the Apex Court. 1.33 Pronged Approach to Safety and Security of Children in Schools. 1.4 Operational Definitions. 2. National and international context. 2.1 National Education Policy, 2020. 2.2 Rights of Children, 5 DGs, L International Conventions 3. Constitutional Provisions and Legal Framework 3.1 Constitutional Provisions. 3.2 Central Legislation and Policies. 3.3 State-Specific Provisions. 3.4 Categories of Negligence. 4.4 Ensuring Compliance by Private Unaided Elementary Schools. 4.5 Ensuring Compliance by Government-Aided Elementary Schools. 13. 11. 1, 2, 13, 13, 27, 15, 15, 15, 2L. 4. L. Accountability. 24. 4.2 Legal Provisions for Government and Government-Aided Schools 24. 4.3 Legal Provisions W. R. T. Private Schools. Dash dot. 25. 25. 2. 27. 3.5 Legal Provisions in case the offense has been established. 22. 3.6 L. Interpretations of Legal Provisions. 23.4. Accountability Framework, Responsibility of School Management, Head of SHU 1. 24. 4.6 Ensuring Compliance by Government-Aided Private Schools of Secondary, Senior Secondary Level. 4.7 Rationale for Para 4.4, 4.5 and 4.6 regarding fixing accountability. 4.8 Role of NCPCR and SCPCR. 28. 28. 35, 35. 4.10 Responsibilities of School Management in the Accountability Framework. 30. 4.11 Responsibility of the State UT Government, ACCI 33. 5. Whole School Safety Approach. 5.1 Whole School Safety Concept. 5.2 Why the Whole School Safety Approach. 5.3 Whole School Safety Scope. 5.8 Preschool Centers PSC. 35, 35, 40, 38, 39, 39, 43, 5.1 6 5.22 C 7.11 57 Production, Supply and Distribution. COTPA 5 CBSE. COTPA. Abbreviation. Central Board of Secondary Education. Cigarettes and other tobacco products. F. Prohibition of advertisement and regulation of trade and commerce. Production, Supply and Distributional Act. 2003 Coronavirus Disease 2019 Commission for Protection of Child Rights Act. 2005 Child Protection Officer Cardiopulmonary Resuscitation Child Parent-Teacher Dialogue The Code of Criminal Procedure Act Child Sexual Abuse College of Teacher Education Children with Special Needs District Collector District Education Officer District Institute for Education and Training District Magistrate Disseminate Roll out, intervene, support, handhold, track and incentivize Institute of Advanced Studies in Education the Integrated Child Protection Scheme LND and School Certificate Examination Information and Communication Technology Indian Penal Code Information Technology Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan Midday Meal Ministry of Education National Council of Educational Research and Training National Commission for Protection of Child Rise National Disaster Management Authority National Education Policy National Policy for Children Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti The Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act and Rules Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act Parent-Teachers Association Parent-Teachers Meeting Preschool Centers The Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act 2009 State Council of Educational Research and Training State Commission for Protection of Child Rights Sustainable Development Goals Special Juvenile Police Unit COVID-19 CPCR CPO CPRC 6 T SM SMC SSC SSA 7 EEL 7 EEL 7 EEL WACU WSA School Management Committee Standard Operating Procedure School Safety Committee State School Standards Authority United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization United States of America Union Territory Violence Against Children World Health Organization Whole School Approach 7 EEL Aim Purpose of this guideline. The purpose of this guideline is executive summary. Firstly, to create an understanding among all stakeholders, including students and parents, on the need for co-creating a safe and secure school environment for the holistic development of children. Secondly, it is to make different stakeholders aware about the acts, policies, procedures and guidelines already available on different aspects of safety and security i.e., physical, socio-emotional, cognitive and specific to natural disasters as well. Thirdly, it is to empower different stakeholders and enable clarity on their role in the implementation of this guideline. Fourthly, it is to fix accountability for keeping children safe and secure in schools, including while children are transported to and fro, to attend school or go back to their homes in a school transportal on school management and principals and teachers in private unaided schools, and head of school, teachers and education administration in case of government-aided schools. A key purpose is to emphasize the zero-tolerance policy against any negligence on the part of any individual or management when it comes to the safety and security of children in schools. An integrated approach to the guidelines. This guideline has been developed following an accountability framework with the help of existing legal provisions. Whole school approach, by integrating safety and security aspects in education itself by including deliberations upon the health, physical, socio-emotional, psychosocial and cognitive aspects of school safety and security. And at the same time addressing multi-sectoral concerns to further create a safe society, giving recommendations for the other ministries and departments in addition to Education Department. Some areas that have been integrated are as follows. A. This guideline includes laws and acts applicable in the context of school safety and security at the state and national levels for creating awareness among various stakeholders to further strengthen the implementation of legal provisions in this area. With the first quarter of 21st century witnessing a pandemic, COVID-19, that is giving a new challenge of social distancing and maintenance of health and hygiene protocols at schools, this guideline takes into cognizance the precautions to be followed for making schools safe and secure from the health point of view as well. Therefore, this guideline recommends all schools to follow standard operating procedures guidelines issued by this department, the Ministry of Home Affairs, Health Ministry and also state-level administration from time to time on COVID-19 issue. B. In view of urgency for sensitization, orientation and capacity building of teachers, school heads, teacher educators, This guideline recommends state-level educational institutions to come forward to not only conduct special awareness and capacity-building programs for school heads, teachers, parents, students and teacher educators but also to integrate pandemic challenges, concerns and actions into the other regular capacity-building programs. The National Eval Capacity Building Program for Elementary School Teachers, i.e., NIShtha has already integrated a special module on education response to COVID-19. Further, as this pandemic has forced school education to reflect upon its mode of transaction delivery of education, and a gradual shift of a percentage of teaching learning towards online blended mode appears to be imminent, this guideline also emphasizes cybersecurity and safety for children and teachers. The guideline is also adequately linked to the guidelines provided by NDMA for compliance in physical infrastructure and disaster-related issues, and guidelines given by NCPCR for the compliance of safety issues related to residential schools and CBSE and other school boards for the accountability framework. The guidelines also include a comprehensive checklist of the essentialities of school safety and security and actions to be and impacts in a transparent manner, and most importantly to be held legally responsible in case of any negligence. These guidelines must be read along with the following. National Commission for Protection of Child Rights (NCPCR) has developed a comprehensive manual on safety and security of children in school. The manual available at www.ncpcr.gov. In is a compilation of various existing guidelines, circulars, notifications, government orders on safety and security related issues in schools issued from time to time. In NCPCR's guidelines for hostels of educational institutions or the National Disaster Management Authority (NDMA) has also formulated and issued the National Disaster Management Guidelines on School Safety Policy, 2016. 9 Chopla 1. Background. L. Order of the Apex Court. In the writ petition Criminal No. 136 of 2017 and writ petition Civil No. 874 of 2017 before the Honorable Supreme Court, petitioners sought guidance to frame guidelines for fixing accountability of the school managements in the matter of safety of children studying in schools. The order of Honorable Supreme Court in the said petitions states that being a matter of policy and governance, call ought to be taken thereon by the Secretary, Department of School Education, Ministry of Human Resource Development now Ministry of Education, Government of India, and may obtain and consider inputs from all relevant sources and take such decision as may be considered appropriate. Realizing the criticality of safety and security of every child, a meeting was organized by MO under the leadership of Secretary School Education and Literacy to discuss the problem, its magnitude, the roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders and different departments that are linked with the issue, and the modalities for preparation of guidelines for fixing the accountability in the matter of safety of the children studying in all schools including private schools. It was decided in the meeting that draft model guidelines will be prepared by a committee constituted by MO through consultations with different stakeholders across managements, departments and sectors. In the meeting, it was also noted that various organizations have already issued guidelines on various aspects of school safety and security. These include a comprehensive manual on safety and security of children in all schools including private schools, issued by National Commission for Protection of Child Rights (NCPCRJ) in 2017. The manual is a compilation of various existing guidelines, issued from time to time. The National Disaster Management Authority (NDMA) has also formulated the National Disaster Management Guidelines on School Safety Policy, 2016 with a vision to ensure the creation of safe learning environment for stakeholders for preparing plans, developing capacity, incorporating risk reduction in the guidelines. T was issued on 9 January 2017 to state and UT governments for further dissemination and implementation at appropriate levels in the state. It was also decided in the meeting that MoU will take cognizance of each of the existing guidelines developed by different agencies at the national level and also the measures taken up by different states like Delhi, Tamil Nadu, Sikkim and others on child safety and security in a broader perspective and adding teeth to the existing framework by fixing accountability and defining roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders is the key purpose of redrafting the existing guidelines. Further, the draft model guidelines prepared by NCPCR earlier in consultation with MoU were circulated to all states and UTs, Ministry of Women and Child Development, Ministry of Home Affairs, CBSE, ICSE, NDMA, KVS, NVS, NCPCR and Independent School Federation of India for comments. The guidelines were also uploaded on the website of MoU for comments suggestions. As per the 10 suggestions from states, UTs and other stakeholders, it was felt that there is a need to prepare a single guideline document in a simple implementable format which also incorporates accountability at various levels. L. 2. Fixing accountability. When children attend school, where they spend about half a day on every school working day, the responsibility to ensure their safety and security lies with the school authorities. When a child is in school, the school has the actual charge or control over a child, and if the school willfully neglects the child, in a manner likely to cause the child unnecessary mental or physical suffering, it may be treated as violation of Juvenile Justice Act, 2015. Hence, it is the school i.e., school management principal, head of school that has the responsibility of ensuring safety of children in schools and parents play an important role in monitoring whether the school is fulfilling its responsibility. 1.33 Pronged approach to safety and security of children in schools. These guidelines are based on a three-pronged approach to the safety and security concerns in schools as follows. A. Accountability framework and legal provisions. The legal framework has been discussed first of all along with an accountability framework for safety and security of children in schools. B. Whole school safety approach. This approach entails the participation of all stakeholders, including among others, school management, principals, teachers, students, parents, non-teaching staff, etc. with clear roles and responsibility towards school safety and security. C. Multi-sectoral approach. It is not only schools, but also homes and society. Not only Ministry of Education, but also other ministries and departments that need to share the responsibility of developing safe and secure society in which the school functions. 1.40 Rational definitions. Some terms that have been used in these guidelines require a clear understanding. Therefore, a set of operational definitions is given below. 1.4 Operational definitions. 1. School safety, creating safe environment for children, starting from the transportation from their homes to their schools and back. 2. Safety, a state in which hazards and conditions leading to physical, psychological or material harm are controlled in order to preserve the health and well-being of individuals in the community. 3. Security, a condition that is created taking measures in coordination with concerned people to make the environment free of crime, violence and injury. 4. School Management Committee, to be constituted as per Section 21(1)(j) of the RTE Act 2009. 5. School Management, L. In case of private schools, school management refers to an administrative setup of school system, in which a group of persons like owner trustee, principal, vice principal, senior teacher, superintendent of hostel, in case of residential school, student leader and any other such person, who is entrusted with the duty to supervise, plan, organize, review and evaluate various aspects of an educational institution in formal way, i.e., school order, notice, duty chart, etc. School management is also responsible for monitoring and managing the overall strategic directions, finances, performance and policies of a school and provides advice and guidance to the principal of the school. 6. Parent-Teacher Association, a school-based association of parents and teachers for promoting closer relations, providing continuous support to the child at home and in school, and providing feedback to the school for improving the child's learning environment at school. 7. Parent-Teachers Meeting PTM. PTM refers to class grade-wise meetings called by schools between parents and teachers to reflect upon and take and give feedback regarding the progress of the child. B. Competent Authority. means an officer who is head of district education department is applicable in respect of states and UTs. 9. Schools, defined under Section 2 nanojoules of RTE Act, 2009. School, means any recognized school imparting elementary education and includes I. A school established, owned or controlled by the appropriate government or a local authority. E. An aided school receiving aid or grants to meet whole or part of its expenses from the appropriate government or the local authority. E. A school belonging to specified category. And IV. An unaided school not receiving any kind of aid or grants to meet its expenses from the appropriate government or the local authority. 10. School Safety Plan, a comprehensive all hazards plan that takes into account all threats and hazards for a particular school. 11. Corporal punishment, means the subjecting of a child by any person to physical punishment that involves the deliberate infliction of pain as retribution. Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education RTI Act, 2009, prohibits physical punishment and mental harassment under Section 17(1) and makes it a punishable offence under Section 1(7)(2). 12. Chapter 2. Nolianol OND Linlanotion QL Con Lexel. 2.1 National Education Policy, 2020. The NEP, 2020 lays down the goal of every educational institution, from preschool to university. A good educational institution is one in which each student feels welcomed and cared for, where a safe and stimulating learning environment exists, where a wide range of learning experiences are offered, and where good physical infrastructure and appropriate resources conducive to learning are available to all students. Attaining these qualities must be the goal of every educational institution. Para 5.9 of the policy lays down the need for adequate and safe infrastructure, adopting systems to ensure that teachers and students, including children of all genders and children with disabilities, receive a safe, inclusive, and effective learning environment, and ensuring that in-service training has inputs on safety, health and environment at workplace in schools to ensure that all teachers are sensitized to these requirements. Safety of all inmates of residential hostels, particularly of girl children, is laid down in Para 6.9 of the policy. Para 8.5c gives a framework for ensuring safety in schools. It states as follows: to ensure that all schools follow certain minimal professional and quality standards, states UTs will set up an independent, statewide body called the State School Standards Authority (SSA). The SSA will establish a minimal set of standards based on basic parameters, namely, safety, security, basic infrastructure, number of teachers across subjects and grades, financial probity, and sound processes of governance which shall be followed by all schools. The framework for these parameters will be created by the SCERT in consultation with various stakeholders, especially teachers and schools. The policy is very categorical on the multiplicity of safety issues and their provisioning. It requires careful attention to be paid to the safety and rights of children and adolescents enrolled in schools, particularly girl children, and the various difficult issues faced by adolescents, such as substance or drug abuse and forms of discrimination and harassment including violence, with clean, safe, and efficient mechanisms for reporting and due process on any infractions against children's, adolescents' rights or safety. It further emphasizes according high priority to the development of such mechanisms that are effective, timely, and well known to all students. 13. 2.2 Rights of Children. SDGs, International Conventions. Rights of children are an integral part of the Constitution, reflected in Part 1, Fundamental Rights, as well as Part 4, Directive Principles of State Policy. Specifically, Article 39 F&A mentions promoting good health. More details in Chapter 3. The discussion on international context is limited here to the Sustainable Development Goals. The Sustainable Goals also include those related to child rights, and India also commits to the achievement of these, especially the following. 3 Sudanese pounds, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. 4 Sudanese pounds, ensure inclusive and quality education for all and promote lifelong learning, highlighting the importance of knowledge and skills on human rights and the promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, TAGI 4.7, as well as the provision of child, gender and disability sensitive facilities and safe, non-violent, inclusive and effective learning environments for all, Target 4.81. 5 Sudanese pounds. Promote gender equality and empower all women and girls. Target 5.2. Eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private spheres, including trafficking and sexual and other types of exploitation. And 16 Sudanese pounds. Addressing violence against children and promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies. Under this goal, target 16.1 states, significantly reduce all forms of violence and related death rates everywhere, and target 16.2 states and abuse, exploitation, trafficking and all forms of violence against and torture of children. Action to address school violence and bullying is an essential component of other international conventions and commitments, including the Convention on Rights of the Child, which obliges states to ensure that children are protected from violence. Thus, providing safe and secure learning environment for children at home, in school, in the community and society, becomes a collective responsibility of all the stakeholders. The COVID-19 pandemic in the first quarter of the $2 trillion century across the globe has further posed a challenge of maintaining health of the entire school fraternity. This has added a new dimension for social distancing in school, which relates not only to infrastructure and other physical aspects but also to health, hygiene and mental well-being. 74 Chapter 3 Constitutional Provisions OND Legal Framework 3.1 Constitutional Provisions. Provisions of the Constitution of India for the protection and safety of children are as given below. 3.2 Central legislations and policies. Further, states under Article 15(3) of the Constitution of India can make any special provision for women and children. Included in these constitutional protections, also is the mandate of the state under Article 21A to ensure fundamental right to education. In other words, the constitutional mandate on the state requires the state to ensure the right to education and the right of every child to a safe and protected educational environment. As a result, a number of central and state legislations, policies and guidelines are framed from time to time. A few key central legislations are highlighted below. For a more detailed Euro-D list, please see Chapter 3, Instruments and Standards for Protection of Child Rights in the Treaty on Child Abuse India 2007, produced by Euro Ministry of Women and Child Development Government of India. Article 14 Fundamental Right to Equality and Equal Protection of the Law. Article 15(3) Fundamental Right to Special Provisions. Article 21 Fundamental Right to Life and Personal Liberty. Right to free and compulsory elementary education for all children in the 6 to 14 year age. Article 21A. Articles 23 and 24 Fundamental Right Against Exploitation. Article 39A Right to Health and Freedom from Abuse due to economic necessity. Right to development with dignity and guaranteed protection of childhood and youth against exploitation and against moral and material abandonment. Article 39(0) Right of weaker sections to special educational care and protection from social injustice and all forms of exploitation. Article 46. Article 47 Right to nutrition and standard of living and improved public health. Article 514K Duty of parents or guardians to provide opportunities for education. Constitutional provision. Tracts. 15 Right to education. Consolidated Guidelines on Safety and Security of Children dated the 11th of September, 2007. In the wake of all school safety incidents in 2017, the Department of School Education and Literacy, MO, reissued the Guidelines on Safety and Security of Children, earlier sent with a letter dated the 9th of October 2014. LVH has suggested preventive institutional mechanisms and procedures that should be put in place in the schooling system along with the relief and redressal strategies in case of any such incidents. The NCPCR constituted under Section 3, or, as the case may be, the SCPCR constituted under Section 17 of the CPCR Act, 2005, 4 of 2006 shall, in addition to the functions assigned to the Act, also performs the following functions, namely: A. Examine and review the safeguards for the rights provided by or under any law related to children and recommend measures for their effective implementation. B. Inquire into complaints relating to child's right to free and compulsory education and C. Take necessary steps as provided under Section 15 and 24 of the said CPCR Act, 2005. 2. The said commissions shall, while inquiring into any matters relating to child's right under Clause 1c, have the same powers as assigned to them under Sections 14 and 24 of the said CPCR Act, 2005. 3. Where the SCPCR has not been constituted, the appropriate government may, for the purpose of performing the functions specified in Clause 1A to 1C, constitute such authority, in such manner and subject to such terms and conditions, as may be prescribed. RTE Act 2009, Section 32T. Notwithstanding anything contained in Section 3L, any person having any grievance relating to the right of a child under this Act may make a written complaint to a local authority having jurisdiction. 2. After receiving the complaint under subsection 1, the local authority shall decide the matter within a period of 3 months after affording a reasonable opportunity of being heard to the parties concerned. 3. Any person aggrieved by the decision of the local authority may prefer an appeal to the SCPCR or the authority prescribed under subsection 3 of Section 31, as the case may be. 4. The appeal preferred under subsection 3 shall be decided by SCPCR or the authority prescribed under subsection 3 of Section 31, as case may be, as provided under Clause C of subsection 1 of Section 31. 16. Senechli Legislature, Policial Eurotide Lines. Overview. RTE Act 2009, Section 31. The Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 0, Act and Juvenile Justice Rules 2016. Founded on the principles of the UNCRC, the LF Act provides a framework for the care, protection, treatment and rehabilitation of children in the purview of the juvenile justice system. The Juvenile Justice Act, 2015, Section 75. The Juvenile Justice Act, 2015 under Section 75, clearly states that whoever, having the actual charge of, or control over, a child, assaults, abandons, abuses, exposes or willfully neglects the child or causes or procures the child to be assaulted, abandoned, abused, exposed or neglected in a manner likely to cause such child unnecessary mental or physical suffering, shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 3 years or with fine of 1 lakh rupees or with both. If in case of an accident in the school transport during or after, or before school hours it is found that the school, which has actual charge or control over the child when the child is in school, has willfully neglected the child that has caused the child unnecessary mental or physical suffering, it may be treated as violation of Juvenile Justice Act, 2015 and should be referred to the police by the School Management Authority. Juvenile Model Zot 6. Justice Rules, Rule 93 of the Juvenile Justice Model Rules, 2016 empowers the state government to take action against such officer, institution, statutory body etc. After due inquiry who fails to comply with the provisions of the Act and the rules framed thereunder, and simultaneously make alternative arrangements for discharge of functions for effective implementation of the ACR. Juvenile Justice Act, 2015, Section 109. Section 109 of the Juvenile Justice Act, 2015 also entrusts NCPCR and SCPCRs with the responsibility of monitoring the Act, in addition to the functions assigned to them under the CPCR Act, 2005. Sexual Harassment Women Workplace Prevention, Prohibition Redressal 2013 Posh. Of Act. And Act. An act to provide protection against sexual harassment of women at workplace and for the prevention and redressal of complaints of sexual harassment and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Central Legislation Policy Guidelines Overview. 77. The National Policy for Children, 2013, NPC 2013. The NPC 2013 drew extensively from and reiterated the commitments for upholding rights of children already enshrined in the Children's Charter in the NPA 2005. Guiding Principle X of the NPC 2013 states that safety and security of all children is integral to their well-being and children are to be protected from all forms of harm, abuse, neglect, violence, maltreatment and exploitation in all settings including care institutions, schools, hospitals, bridges, families and communities. The Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act and Rules, 2012 POCSO. Places an obligation on Thai state to prevent sexual violence against children, identify and respond to such violence and notary guidelines that must be adhered to by various stakeholders including the educational institutions. It seeks to protect all children from sexual assault, sexual harassment and pornography and provides for stringent penal action against offenders, including presumption of guilt. POCSO Rule, ZSO. Rule 3 Awareness Generation and Capacity Building of POCSO Rule 2020 provides that central government, or as the case may be, the state government shall prepare age-appropriate educational material and curriculum for children, informing them about various aspects of personal safety. LT also provides that any institution housing children or coming in regular contact with children including schools, creches, sports academies or any other facility for children must ensure a police verification and background check on periodic basis of every staff teaching or non-teaching, regular or contractual, or any other person being an employee of such an institution coming in contact with the child. Such institution shall also ensure that periodic training is organized for sensitizing them on child safety and protection. Prescribed security standards for personal information stored electronically. The IT Reasonable Security Practices and Procedures and Sensitive Personal Data or Information Rules 2011 Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act 2009 RTE. Section 17 prohibits physical punishment and mental harassment of children. Section 29(2)(g), while laying the procedure for curriculum transactions, emphasizes making the child free from fear, trauma and anxiety and helping the child to express views freely. Section 19(1) states that, no school shall be established, or recognized under Section 18, unless it fulfills the norms and standards. CETRA Legislation Pollock Y Guidelines 0 Overview 1B specified in the schedule. The Integrated Child Protection Scheme 209 RCPS. Launched by the Ministry of Women and Child Development, Government of India, to bring elements of all child protection programs under one umbrella, it set in place child protection mechanisms with trained personnel, from national to local level, and for the first time provided budgetary allocations as per the 1ZTH 5-year plan. National Plan of Action for Children, 2005 NPAC 2005. The NPAC 2005 was formulated and adopted as India's response to the UN General Assembly session on children, set out in the World Fit for Children outcome document. India became a signatory to this UN session in May 2002. Decisions in the NPAC 2005 reinforces the state's commitment on protection issues highlighted in the outcome document. The Commission for Protection of Child Rights Act 2005. This provides for the constitution of a national commission and state commissions for protection of child rights and children's courts for providing speedy trial of offences against children or of violation of child rights and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. It also ensures the monitoring of implementation of legislation and policies at all levels of governance for upholding child rights and action for non-compliance. Section 13(1) of the Commissions for Protection of Child Rights CPCR Act 2005. This section empowers NCPCR to a. Examine and review the safeguards provided by or under any law for the time being in force law the protection all child rights and recommend measures for their effective implementation. b. Present to the central government, annually and at such other intervals, as the Commission may deem fit, reports upon the working of those safeguards. C. Inquire into violation of child rights and recommend initiation of proceedings in such cases. D. Examine all actors that inhibit the enjoyment of rights of children affected by terrorism, communal violence, riots, natural disaster, domestic violence, HIV/AIDS, trafficking, maltreatment, torture and exploitation, pornography and prostitution and recommend appropriate remedial measures. A. Look into the matters relating to children in need of special care and protection including children in distress, marginalized and disadvantaged children, children in conflict with law, juveniles, children without family and children of prisoners and recommend appropriate remedial measures. 0. Study treaties and other international instruments and undertake periodical review of existing policies, programs and other activities on child rights and make recommendations for their effective implementation in the best interest of children. 1c. Center, EEL. Legislation Lalakil Overview. G. Undertake and promote research in the field of child rights. H. Spread child rights literacy among various sections of the society and promote awareness of the safeguards available for protection of these rights through publications, the media, seminars and other available means. I. Inspect or cause to be inspected any juvenile custodial home, or any other place of residence or institution meant for children, under the control of the central government or any state government or any other authority, including any institution run by a social organization, where children are detained or lodged for the purpose of treatment, reformation or protection, and take up with these authorities for remedial action, if found necessary. I. Inquire into complaints and take suo motu notice of matters relating to I. Deprivation and violation of child rights. E. Non-implementation of laws providing for protection and development of children. E. Non-compliance of policy decisions, guidelines or instructions aimed at mitigating hardships to and ensuring welfare of the children and to provide relief to such children, or take up the issues arising out of such matters with appropriate authorities. And K. Such other functions as it may consider necessary for the promotion of child rights and any other matter incidental to the above functions. Section 13(2) of the Commissions for Protection of Child Rights CPCR Act, 2005. As provided in Section 13(2) of the Commission for Protection of Child Rights CPCR Act, 2005, the Commission shall not inquire into any matter which is pending before a state commission or any other commission duly constituted under any law for the time being in force. The National Charter for Children in 2003 Children's Charter. This charter emphasizes protection from economic exploitation and all forms of abuse, protection of the girl child, care, protection, welfare of children of marginalized and disadvantaged communities, and ensuring child-friendly procedures. The Cigarettes and Other Tobacco Products Prohibition of Advertisement and Regulation of Trade and Commerce. Section 6 of the COTPA Act, Prohibition on Sale of Cigarettes or Other Tobacco Products to a person below the age of 18 years and in particular area. Section 24 of the COTPA Act, Punishment for sale of cigarettes or any other tobacco products in certain places or to persons below the age of 18 years. Satra Legislation Pollock Y. Guidelines Overview. 2L. I. Production, Supply and Distribution Act, 2003. The Information Technology Act, 2000. Section 67B of the IT Act, 2000, Punishment for publishing or transmitting material depicting children in sexually explicit acts, etc. LN Electronic Form. Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes Prevention of Atrocities Act, 1989. Though the Act is not specific to children or does not have specific provisions for crimes against children, it does apply to all crimes committed against SC/ST children. Central Legislation Pollock Y. Guidelines Overview. 3. State-specific provisions. Majority of the states and UTs have made provisions relating to management and safety measures in the State UT Education Act. The detailed state and UT-wise provisions 8 at Annex UTI. 3.4 Categories of negligence. Negligence in establishing a secured infrastructure for the students and children with special needs. Negligence to the quality, standard of the food served and potability of water provided to students in school for consumption. Negligence related to security measures adopted by the school authorities for the safety of students. Negligence in providing timely medical aid to the students. Negligence in taking action against a complaint reported by a student. Negligence on corporal punishment including mental, emotional harassment. Negligence in preventing bullying, discriminatory actions, substance abuse in the school premises. A, B, C, D, A, F. 27. I. It shall be the responsibility of the school management and principal in private schools and principal, head of school along with local school administration, be accountable to take preventive measures against all forms of negligence towards the safety and security aspects of children in schools. The negligence committed by the school management authorities, principal, head of school, teaching and non-teaching staff may be broadly categorized as follows. No regular monitoring and reporting to appropriate authority as mentioned, delaying actions in case of crime or disaster. suppression of facts and not reporting to the appropriate authority, negligence in strict implementation of COVID guidelines resulting in threat or vulnerability for safety and security of students. 3.5 Legal provisions in case the offense has been established. Accountability of school management. Criminal negligence. B. Medical aid NCCC. County RAL punishment D. Conspiracy. Sexual abuse H. Cyber safety and security. Legal provisions and rules attracted. Sections 304, 380 TC. Of Indian Penal Code. Section 75 of Juvenile Justice Act, 2015, Section 77 of the Juvenile Justice Act, 2015, Section 75 of the Juvenile Justice Act, 2015, Section 16 of the POCSO Act, 2012, Section 34 and 1208 ETC. Of the Indian Penal Code, 1860 and Section 87 of the Juvenile Justice Act, 2015. Concealment non-reporting of offence A. Section 21 of the POCSO Act and Section 202 of Indian Penal Code, 1860. F. Tampering evidence Section 201,203 ETC. Of the Indian Penal Code, 1860. Section 19 of the POCSO Act, 2012, Section 67B of IT Act, 2000 and Sections 13 and 15 of the POCSO Act, 2012. L. Infrastructural Safety and Security. The National Building Code of India, 2004. I. Food Safety Sections 272, 273 of the Indian Penal Code, 1860 K. Environmental Safety Section 278 of the Indian Penal Code, 1860 L. Sexual Harassment and Sexual Assault. Section 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 and 15 of the POCSO Act, 20T2. M. CWSNI Legal Rights of CWSN Section 16, 17, 31 and 32 of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, 2016, Section 31 of the Persons with Disabilities Equal Opportunities, Protection of Rights and Full Participation Act, 1995. E. Punishment for rights of CWSN violating the Section 89 of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, 2006. E. Punishment for offences against CWSN. Section 5 and 9 of the POCSO Act, 2012 and Section 85 of the Juvenile Justice Act, 2015. N. Constitutional Children Rights of Article 15(3), 21(23), 24, 39A, 39T, 46, A7 and 51 AKJ of the Constitution of India. 22. H. I. J. K. I. I.A. Negligence with regard to the medical aid. If the school authorities, management, teaching and non-teaching staff gives intoxicating liquor or narcotic drug or psychotropic substance to a child without the advice of the medical practitioner, they shall be liable to be tried under Section 77 of the Juvenile Justice Act, 2015. B. Corporal punishment to a child. L. If the school authorities, management, teaching and non-teaching staff are found imposing corporal punishment to a child, they are liable to be prosecuted under Section 75 of the Juvenile Justice Act, 2015. C. Conspiracy. Conspiracy is said to have committed when two or more persons jointly commit an act which is against the law. If the school authorities, management, teaching and non-teaching staff are found liable for hatching a criminal conspiracy against a student or on the commission of a crime they are found suppressing it for any reason, they may be prosecuted under Sections 34, 120B etc. of the Indian Penal Code, 1980. D. Concealment or non-reporting of an offence. Intentional omission to give information of offence by the school management or any other concerned person whoever, knowing or having reason to believe that an offence has been committed against the child, intentionally omits to give any information respecting that offence which she is legally bound to give, shall be punished as per Sections 202 etc. of the Indian Penal Code, 1.860. A. Tampering, eradicating the evidence. If the school authorities, management, teaching and non-teaching staff fail to attain any purpose, try to cause disappearance of vital evidence of offence or produce any false information during investigation or before court, in order to rescue the offender, they shall be liable to be prosecuted under Sections 20L, 2030 Mandatory reporting of sexual abuse against a child. Section 21(1) of the POCSO Act, 2012 requires mandatory reporting of cases of child sexual abuse to the law enforcement authorities, and the same applies to everyone including parents, doctors and school personnel. Failure to report a suspicion of child abuse is an offense under the Act and the offender may be prosecuted for the same as per the provisions of POCSO Act, 2012. Any private person who fails to report suspected child abuse, having acquired the information in the discharge of his or her professional responsibilities, commits a summary conviction offense. 23. 3.6 Interpretation of legal provisions. Chapter 4. Accountability from work, responsibilities of school to SHU. Managerial head of school for ensuring safety and security of children in school. 4.1 Accountability. Accountability is an obligation of the school management, principal, and teachers to adhere to the laws, norms, guidelines and accept responsibility towards providing safe conditions for children in school, account for their activities, disclose the actions and impacts in a transparent manner and most importantly be aware of their legal responsibility in case of any negligence. There are different laws and acts already discussed in Chapter 3 in India, which accord appropriate punishments to the criminals responsible for crimes against children, including in schools. Where the offense is established, appropriate action and the relevant law shall be taken. It is also important to focus on measures to prevent any crime against children to occur in school or while commuting to the school. In the school education system, school management, principal, head of school, teacher, in case of any incident during class or under her watch, local administration supervising the government-aided school, particularly WRT to safe infrastructure, mock drills, training, etc. are accountable for ensuring the safety and security of the children in school, and responsible for preventing neglect of any aspect of safety and security of children, or any non-adherence to the safety guidelines such as the NACPCR's Manual for Safety and Security of Children in Schools, NACPCR's Guidelines for Hostels of Educational Institutions or any other safety norms prescribed by the appropriate government, recommendations OFSMC PTA, etc. 4.2 Legal provisions for government and government-aided schools. A. For the purposes of these guidelines, School Management Committee SMC 3 will herein refer to the SMC formed to be formed under Section 21 of the RTE Act for all schools covered by Sections 2(n)(i), 2(n)(e) and 2(n)(e) of the RTE Act, 2009. B. Section 21 of the RTE Act 2009 provides for School Management Committee, and it states that a school, other than a school specified in Sub-Clause IV of Clause N of Section 2, shall constitute a school management committee consisting of the elected representatives of the local authority, parents or guardians of children admitted in such school and teachers. Therefore, schools that are mandated to have school management committee include. The word school here implies that the principal, head of school, even F in charge, will take responsibility of all matters related to safety and security of the school. For Kendriya Vidyalayas and Navodaya Vidyalayas, this would mean the Vidyalaya Management Committee. 24I. A school established, owned or controlled by the appropriate government or a local authority. E. An aided school receiving aid or grants to meet whole or part of its expenses from the appropriate government or the local authority. E. A school belonging to specified category C. T requires that at least 3/4 of members of such committee shall be parents or guardians. Proportionate representation is to be given to the parents or guardians of children belonging to disadvantaged group and weaker section, and that 50% of members of such committee should be women. D. The said provision lays down the functions of school management committee as follows. Y. Monitor the working of the school. Y. Prepare and recommend school development plan, monitor the utilization of the grants received from the appropriate government or local authority or any other source. And Y. Perform such other functions as may be prescribed. A. The responsibility for monitoring the actions taken for the safety of child while on school premises is inherent in the provision. However, states' duties must undertake its specific incorporation in their RTE rules. F. Every government-aided school must call parents to regular parent-teacher meetings (PTM). 4.3 Legal provisions were T. Private schools. A. As per Section 21 of RTE Act, 2009, private schools covered under Section 2 NIV of the Act are exempted from formulating SMCS in the format laid down by the ACLB. However, IRE Private School has its own School Management Board Group Committee Trust etc., which shall herein be referred as School Management SM for the purpose of these guidelines. C. Further, under Section 18(1) of RTE Act, it is mandatory for all private schools functioning within the geographical limits jurisdiction of the state to obtain recognition by the state in the manner prescribed. D. Section 18(2) of the RTE Act also empowers states to lay down conditions for recognition. A. Recognition certificate under Section 18 of the RTE Act from the competent authority is an essential requirement to establish a private school. Further, without the recognition certificate, a school cannot apply for affiliation to the examination boards. F. The private schools defined under Section 2 NIV of RTE Act, 2009 should have a Parent Teachers Association PTA as per the composition given in Annex L. 4.4 Ensuring compliance by or await unaided elementary schools. Every private elementary school must mandatorily apply under the provisions of RTE Act for recognition. Section 2 NIV of RTE Act defines a private unaided school as school means any recognized school imparting elementary education and includes an A. 25 unaided school not receiving any kind of aid or grants to meet its expenses from the appropriate government or the local authority. B. States QTs are empowered to recognize the school with conditions. Recognition is given to schools by the state QT government under Section 18(1) of the RTE Act, and conditions for recognition can be laid down by the state QT government under Section 18(2) of the Act for recognition of the school. No elementary school can function in the country without obtaining such recognition. Under these powers of the RTE Act, all states should ensure that Constitution of PTA has made a mandatory condition for recognition of the school, as PTAs are an important link in monitoring the safety and security measures in private unaided schools. The other conditions for recognition may include preparation and implementation of your school-specific accountability framework for every stakeholder in school like principal, teachers, non-teaching staffs and members of the school management on all the components given above. The conditions may also include directions on the constitution of committees that will be responsible for observing the above components in the schools at different levels. The safety guidelines and accountability framework, and compliance with all related laws, rules, norms, guidelines etc. should be made an essential condition under Section 18(2) of the RTE Act, 2009 for giving recognition certificate to schools by the state governments. C. The conditions for recognition of school US 18 can include conditions for fixing responsibility of safety and security on school management principal, head of school, or state QT governments may also lay down specific conditions fixing responsibility of safety and security of the children in schools on the school management principal, head of school, and also FTing responsibility of the school management principal, head of school to be responsive to the suggestions of the PTA and students while giving recognition to the school. States QTs may review recognitions already given to include such conditions. D. L. Incorporating conditions in laws, rules, bylaws of affiliating boards. L. In case of private schools, the affiliating boards need to ensure that compliance with all conditions laid down by appropriate government becomes a mandatory condition for affiliation. The laws, rules, bylaws of affiliating bodies may be revised accordingly to incorporate the conditions of the safety guidelines as well as the accountability framework as laid down by appropriate government. A. Action in case of a criminal offense. If there is commission of a criminal act offense, it will be the duty of the head of school, in charge head of school in the school management to take necessary action as per provisions of law. L. In case of negligence in taking appropriate action, they shall be HTD responsible. The block education officer should also be informed simultaneously. F. Action in case of non-compliance. If there is non-compliance of safety and security requirements or neglect or abatement by the school, which led to such an offense, the PTA should approach the block education officer BO. G. Action in case issue is not addressed at block level. In case of non-redressal of the grievances at BO level, the matter should be taken up with District Education Officer DO. If the issues are not addressed by the DO, the PTA complainant may take up the matter with the District Collector, DC, District Magistrate, DM. The DC DM may arrange to hold an inquiry and based on findings, give directions to the schools as may be deemed fit. After 26 inquiry by DC DM, if it is found that the school has not adhered to the safety guidelines, and or has neglected the safety and security of children and thus risked the lives of the children, following steps may be taken by the DC DM according to the nature of negligence by the school. I. A fine on school equivalent to TO of the total revenue generated in the preceding year for the first time or in non-compliance and or debarring the school for taking admission in the subsequent academic year. E. 3% for second time of non-compliance and or debarring the school for taking admission in the subsequent academic year. E. 50 law for third time of non-compliance and or debarring the school for taking admission in the subsequent academic year. H. Action in case of continued non-compliance. In case of complaint of continued non-compliance of the private elementary schools even after the above directions of the DC-DM, the DC-DM may escalate the issue to the State UT School Education Department. The department can arrange to conduct an inquiry and if found true, actions ranging from directing school to fulfill compliance within certain number of days to penalizing the school to temporary permanent withdrawal of recognition of the school, as may be deemed fit, can be undertaken by the state UT government. Since there are different categories of private schools ranging from budget or low-fee schools to high-fee private schools, the fine imposed should be in proportion to the total revenue generated by the school in the preceding year. LT may be noted that this part of the guidelines is to ensure safety and security of children in schools and are meant to be followed as a preventive measure by fixing the accountability of school management. Further, no student is supposed to suffer due to the action against the school. I. Permanent withdrawal of recognition must not be resorted to unless in case of an exception or extreme cases of repeated non-compliance. However, in case required, it should be resorted to only after taking care of the interests of all children enrolled and studying in the school. I. In case of temporary withdrawal of recognition of the school, the appropriate government to take over the management of the school until school complies with the safety measures specified in NCPCR's Manual on Safety and Security of Children in Schools and any other guidelines. Provided that the appropriate government after taking over the school, shall appoint administrator not below the rank of sub-divisional magistrate as administrative head of the school to ensure its smooth functioning. During this period, no further development shall be taken up in the school except activities related to education and safety of children. 4.5 Ensuring compliance by A. Action in case of a criminal offense. L. If there is commission of a criminal act offense, it will be the duty of the head of school, in charge head of school and the school management, if any, to take necessary action as per provisions of IA. On complaint from any parent student. 27 The head of the school and school management are expected to act quickly and take necessary actions under various provisions of law. B. Action in case of complaint on non-compliance or safety and security requirements in the school. The parent guardian should approach the block education officer BO. L. In case of non-redressal of the grievances at BO level, the matter should be taken up with district education officer DO. If the issues are not addressed by the DO, the parent guardian may take up the matter with the district collector DC, district magistrate DM. The DC DM may arrange to hold an inquiry and based on findings, give directions to the schools as and may be deemed fit. C. Action in case of complaint of continued non-compliance. In case of complaint or continued non-compliance by the school even after the above directions of the DC-DM, the DC-DM may escalate the issue to the State UT School Education Department. The department can arrange to conduct an inquiry and if found true, may take appropriate disciplinary and other administrative action against the erring members, including against the school management, if required. D. Non-compliance of the recommendations of SMC for government schools. In case of non-compliance of the recommendations of SMC by the school, The SMC should bring it to the notice of appropriate authority as defined under the respective state RTE rules. The appropriate authority shall recommend action against the responsible officials for non-compliance as per the service rules. 4. 6. Ensuring compliance by government-aided private schools of senior secondary level. A. As senior secondary level schools are affiliated to a secondary school examination board. The affiliation laws, rules, bylaws of such boards must include conditions for the purpose of initial affiliation and continued affiliation relating to compliance of all safety and security provisions of appropriate authority for school children. B. The state UT government may also like to frame their own conditions for continuance of recognition under their own laws, guidelines, etc. C. If there is commission of a criminal act offense, it will be the duty of the head of school, in charge head of school PSM to take necessary action as per provisions of law. D. Violation of conditions of affiliation by private schools should be viewed seriously by the state UT government in which the school is located. State UT government will be expected to take necessary action under extant laws. A. Provisions must be made in affiliation laws, rules, bylaws for strict action in such cases by affiliating board in consultation with appropriate authority. F. In case of complaint by PTA parent of non-compliance, actions in accordance with Paras 4.4d2a. 5. Above may be followed in the case of senior secondary composite schools too. 4.7 Rationale for Para 4.4, 4.5 and 4.6 regarding fixing accountability. 4.7.1 Rationale based on Juvenile Justice Act, 2015 and Juvenile Justice Model Rules, 2016. The Juvenile Justice Act, 2015 under Section 75, clearly states that, whoever, having the actual charge of, or control of a child, assaults, abandons, abuses, exposes or willfully neglects the child or causes or procures the child to be assaulted, abandoned, abused, exposed or neglected in a manner likely to cause such child unnecessary mental or physical suffering, shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 3 years or with fine of 1 lakh rupees or with both. Rule 93 of the Juvenile Justice Model Rules, 2076, empowers the state government to take action against such officer, institution, statutory body etc. After due inquiry who fails to comply with the provisions of the Act and the rules framed thereunder, and simultaneously make alternative arrangements for discharge of functions for effective implementation of the Act. 4.7.2 Rationale based on Code of Criminal Procedure, 1973. Section 32 and 33 Old CRPC, 1973 provides that the High Court or the state government, as the case may be, confer powers to a person holding an office in the service of the government. Section 32 of the CRPC, 1973, states that, in conferring powers under the CRPC, the High Court or the state government, as the cause may be, may, by order, empower persons specially by name or in virtue of their offices or classes of officials generally by their official titles. Further, Section 33 defines the powers of officers appointed, and as per this, whenever any person holding an office in the service of government who has been invested by the High Court or the state government with any powers under this code throughout any local area is appointed to an equal or higher office of the same nature, within a like local area under the same state government, he shall, unless the High Court or the state government, as the case may be, otherwise directs, or has otherwise directed, exercise the same powers in the local area in which he is so appointed. Also, Section 144(1) of the CRPC, 1973 states that the power to issue an order in urgent cases of a nuisance of apprehended danger such direction as likely to prevent, or tends to prevent, obstruction, annoyance or injury to any person lawfully employed, or danger to human life, health or safety, or a disturbance of the public tranquility, or a riot, of an affray. As per 144(7), in cases where, in the opinion of a district magistrate, a subdivisional magistrate or any other executive magistrate specially empowered by the state government in this behalf, there is sufficient ground for proceeding under this section D and D. Immediate prevention or speedy remedy is desirable, such magistrate may, by or written order stating the material facts of the case and served in the manner provided by Section 134, direct any person to abstain from a certain act or to take certain order with respect to certain property in his possession or under his management. 4.7.3 Rationale based on RTE Act, 2009. The RTE Act, 2009 U.S. 35(1) empowers the central government to issue guidelines to the appropriate government or, as the case may be, the local authority, as it deems fit for the purpose of implementation of the provisions of the Act. Z9 Section 35(2)J empowers the appropriate government to issue guidelines and give such directions, as it deems fit, to the local authority or the school management committee regarding implementation of the provisions of this Act. Role of NCPCR and SCPCR, NCPCR and SCPCRs, as the case may be, shall be responsible for monitoring the implementation of the legal aspects of these guidelines. Legal provisions W.R.T. Role of NCPCR and SCPCR, the provisions with regard to monitoring a child's right to education, including the role as mentioned above in Para 3.1 for NCPCR, SCPCR are given in Section 3.1 and 32 of the RTE Act, 2009 and also in the Section 13(1) of the Commissions for Protection of Child Rights CPCR Act, 2005. Section 109 of the Juvenile Justice Act, 2015 also entrusts NCPCR and SCPCRs with the responsibility of monitoring the Act, in addition to the functions assigned to them under the CPCR Act, 2005. Please see these provisions in Chapter 3. Responsibilities of school management in the Accountability Framework. 4.8. 4.9. 4.10. To ensure the effective implementation of safety and security measures in school and to ensure safety and security of each child in the school management shall have certain specific roles and responsibilities other than those mentioned in the aforementioned paragraphs, for which they shall be held accountable, which are as follows: A. Compliance with NCPCR Manual for Schools. The school management principal, head of school, should ensure compliance with the roles and responsibilities assigned to it under NCPCR's Manual on Safety and Security of Children in Schools and any other guidelines, as applicable. T shall also ensure analysis of the current safety and security measures within the schooling system and identify the gaps therein to undertake remediation. Periodic review of the compliance of this manual shall be discussed in the PTA/PTM meetings. B. Compliance with NCPCR guidelines for residential schools. The school management principal, head of school of the schools with residential facility, should ensure the implementation of NCPCR's regulatory guidelines for hostels of educational institutions for children. T shall also ensure analysis of the current safety and security measures within the schooling system in the residential system and identify the gaps therein to undertake remediation. In residential schools which do not have a PTA, the housemaster, warden, LN charge teacher for the hostel must be taken into confidence for any decision related to safety and security of students. C. Including safety components in SDP, school management principal, head of school should conduct plan and aid meeting at the beginning of every academic year to develop the school safety and security plan. The school safety and security plan of children should be included as one of the major components while preparing school development plan. The 30 safety and security components of school development plan SDP may be shared with SMC members, PTA, PTM, student representatives for their feedback suggestions. D. Meetings with SMC, PTA, PTM on school safety and security by school management. School management principal, head of school shall also conduct meetings with the SMC, teachers, PTA representatives and student representatives at least once in a quarter, for reviewing the implementation of the school safety and security plan in the school. The minutes decisions of the meeting shall be properly recorded and made available to the school principal to be put on school's website and notice board so that it is available to every parent. The school management principal, head or school should also receive suggestions from parents on safety issues during these meetings and record the same in minutes for taking appropriate action. A. Periodic safety inspection of school. the school management shall arrange to carry out thorough inspection of the school at least once in a quarter, during school hours. The school inspection report prepared by this inspection team and duly signed by the team should be uploaded on the school website for transparency. This quarterly inspection of schools will look at the compliance of the school safety and security plan, using the checklist provided in NCPCR's manual or comprehensive checklist given at Annexure L of this guidelines. NCPCR's regulatory guidelines, or hostels of educational institutions for children in case of residential educational institutions, and other guidelines issued from time to time, and suggest appropriate measures. Appropriate actions to be taken by school management regarding any gaps pointed out during this exercise. F. Safety walk. The school management SMC should designate members including principal, teachers and parents, along with student representatives chosen randomly, as the school safety committee, to conduct safety walk of the entire school premises, in order to ensure compliance of standard safety measures. Safety walk may be conducted once every quarter. The composition suggested for the school safety committee may be seen at Annexure LV. G. Integrate learning about safety as an activity for students. Learning about safety of schools may be integrated as an annual learning and awareness exercise for students. The format suggested at Annexure V may be considered in this regard. H. In-service training of teachers on their roles and responsibilities. The school management authorities should organize periodic in-service training, orientation, sensitization of the teachers on the roles and responsibilities defined in NCPCR's Manual on Safety and Security of Children in Schools. Here authorities refers to the District Education Officers DO, respective State UT Education Department, respective SCERT Diet. The school should use proper training modules and certification systems. In this regard, the states may consider issuing guidelines based on guidelines modules, directions and prescribed mechanism issued by NCPCR authorities from time to time. I. Periodicity of in-service training. The in-service training, orientation, sensitization of the teachers should be conducted at least once every 3 years. In case of introduction of any new guidelines, laws, policies, the orientation should be conducted immediately. All new staff should also be trained immediately on IONing. 31I. Method of in-service training. For training, orientation, sensitization of the teaching as well as non-teaching staff, the schools may follow either both of the following options, through collaboration with diets for preparation of modules and or conducting such training. LF required, diets may also take services of the NCPCR's empaneled agencies organizations. Through the NCPCR's empaneled agencies organizations. K. Display of school safety and security plan. Every school should prepare and display school safety and security plan. The school safety and security plan should be prepared by involving not only SMC PTA, but also children of all grades, by making it an age-appropriate exercise in developing the competency of understanding the idea of personal safety, school community safety and security, and the roles and responsibilities of teachers, school management, peer groups and their own roles and responsibilities in ensuring the same. The display of the overall plan should be done creatively in a common area of the school, along with infographics and photographics, etc. So that children all grades understand it, and management, teaching and non-teaching staff and parents also do. The school plan can also have a sub-component of a classroom safety and security plan. Students can be involved in displaying the classroom safety and security plan in a creative manner. L. Role of individuals. School management. Under Section 19 of POCSO Act, all schools must constitute a grievance committee on child sexual abuse (ISSAC) within a month of beginning of every academic year. The committee and school staff should be oriented about their role under Section 19 of POCSO Act 201-2. Section T9 of the Act states that any person who has apprehension that an offence under this Act is likely to be committed or has knowledge that such an offence has been committed, shall provide such information to A. the Special Juvenile Police Unit, or B. the local police. M. Punishment of individual institution. School management. For non-compliance of Section 19 of POCSO Act, there is individual as well as institutional management liability to report commission of an offence under Section 21 of POCSOACL 2012 as may be seen below. Y. Section 21A states that if any person who fails to report the commission of an offence under subsection 1 of Section 19 or Section 20 or fails to record such offences under subsection 2 of Section 19 shall be punished with imprisonment of either description which may extend to 6 months or with fine or with both. Y. Section 21B states that any person, being in charge of any company or an institution FBY whatever name called, who fails to report the commission of an offence under subsection 1 of Section 19 in respect of a subordinate under his control, shall be punished with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year and with fine. Therefore, in case of sexual offence against children in the school premises, school transport during school hours or after or before it, and the school management individual fails to report the commission of an offence under subsection 1 of Section 19, action may be taken under POCSO Act 2012 against school management individual. An anti-bullying committee. An anti-bullying committee may be constituted in school, comprising of vice principal, a senior teacher, school doctor, nurse, health worker. 3Z4. PUL. Counselor, SMC PTA representative, school management representative, senior students etc. The decisions taken in anti-bullying committee and grievance committee on child sexual abuse (ISSE) meetings should be discussed in the meeting of SMC PTA. The school should, jointly with SMC, SM, PTM, PTA and student representatives develop bullying prevention program and create awareness. O. Follow all directions from appropriate authorities. The school SMC SM shall carry out any other functions as notified prescribed by appropriate government, central government, affiliating body, competent authority from time to time in relation to the safety and security of children in schools. P. School Safety Pledge. Department of School Education and Literacy has circulated the School Safety Pledge to all states, union territories and autonomous bodies for being displayed on a board or painted on the wall in English, Hindi or any other regional language approved by the state UT, at a prominent place in every school. The School Safety Pledge seeks to address the expectations of all stakeholders in the school for providing a safe and secure learning environment for children. It also has the contact numbers of some of the important stakeholders like Childline, State Counseling Helpline etc. The sample of School Safety Pledge is at Annexure VL. Q. School Safety Week. School Safety Week can be celebrated in the beginning of the session to take stock of all the arrangements related to safety and security of children in schools. A. Responsibility of the state UT government. State School Standards Authority SSA Para 8.5c of NEP provides for all schools, public or private, to follow certain minimal standards, including those on safety and security of children, by setting up a SSA as follows. I. To ensure that all schools follow certain minimal professional and quality standards, states UTs will set up an independent, statewide, body called the State School Standards Authority SSA. E. The SSA will establish a minimal set of standards based on basic parameters, namely, safety, security, basic infrastructure, number of teachers across subjects and grades, financial probity, and sound processes of governance, which shall be followed by all schools. The dimensions on which information has to be self-disclosed, and the format of disclosure will be decided by the SSA in accordance with global best practices or standard setting for schools. E. The framework for these parameters will be created by the SCERT in consultation with various stakeholders, especially teachers and schools. IV. Transparent public self-disclosure of all the basic regulatory information, as laid down by the SSA, will be used extensively for public oversight and accountability. V. This information will have to be made available and kept updated and accurate by all schools, on the aforementioned public website maintained by the SSA and on the schools' websites. V. Any complaints or grievances from stakeholders or others arising out of the information placed in the public domain shall be adjudicated by the SSA. V. Feedback from randomly selected students will be solicited online to ensure valuable input at regular intervals. Technology will be employed suitably to ensure efficiency. 33 and transparency in all work of the SSA. This will bring down significantly the heavy load of regulatory mandates currently borne by schools. B. The state's duties are therefore expected to detail out the parameters for self-disclosure, including on safety and security of children, establish an IT-based mechanism for online public self-disclosure, set up the SSA, and empower it to adjudicate complaints and grievances arising out of the self-disclosure. C. The SSA may be undertaken by states' duties on priority. 5.1. S. 2. 5.3. Chapter 5. Whole school safety approach. Whole school safety. Concept schools are generally seen as spaces where communities of learners are expected to develop in a safe and secure environment. School management, principal, teachers, other staff and students all spend around 1/3 part of a day and around 220 days in a year in schools across the state's duties in India. Therefore, if classes are held for 6 hours a day, 220 days a year, and a child is awake on an average for 16 hours a day, a child spends 2/2 of her waking time in a year in a day school. In a residential school, on the other hand, a child spends 600 of their life during schooling years in the school. Schools are thus accountable for a substantial chunk of the child's life, and thus have a huge responsibility to make the stay in schools of all children comfortable, joyful, secure and safe. Therefore, it is important for the school that everyone concerned with school education should understand his/her clear roles and responsibility towards school safety and security. This will lead them to take appropriate action, not only preventive but also developmental, so that risk of any kind of incident which harms students or staff will be eliminated. The whole school approach WSA is based on a humanitarian and developmental approach integrating a collective sense of responsibility and accountability towards children in particular and society in general. Thus, involvement and participation of all stakeholders is the key role WSA. Why the whole school safety approach? Research shows that multi-component whole school initiatives involving all the school community are more likely to reduce crimes, violence and bullying behaviors than single component programs, such as those involving only classroom curriculum or appointing counselors. A whole school approach recognizes that all aspects of the school community can impact students' holistic development, including health and well-being, and that learning and well-being are inextricably linked. Given that children spend much of their first 15 years in a school environment, school is not only the focal point of all children's academic development but also their social and emotional development, since it is where they make friends and develops healthy relationships. Whole school safety, scope, safety and security are terms often used together to convey the same meaning. However, these need to be understood separately to further understand the essential steps to ensure school safety and security as a holistic process. 35 feet safety is understood as a protection against undesirable unintentional threats or dangers, while security is understood as protection from undesirable intentional human behaviors or actions. A safe school environment is, therefore, one that protects against all dangers and creates an environment of harmony, promoting the physical, socio-emotional and psychological well-being of all. The school environment can be understood as the total of all features of school that create the learning environment or effective learning spaces. School environment comprises the physical spaces, the norms, practices and culture and relationships that create the psychosocial environment and links the school activities in such a way that not only ensures safety and security but also effective and productive education and achievement of school goals. School's physical environment encompasses school buildings, school grounds and surroundings as well as service systems. The social environment includes the norms of behavior, the culture, the discipline, the relationships and the interactions. While the psychological environment encompasses the attitudes, feelings, values and behaviors manifested and encouraged. All this put together forms the school climate and is reflected in the perceptions and the demonstrations of its members, positive interpersonal relationships, recognition of individuals' needs, success and even failures, support for and building of self-esteem in students and staff and health and well-being of entire school community. It needs the collaborative working of school management owners in case of private schools PTA, SMC, SMDC, in case of government schools, principals, teachers in all school staff, as well as parents, students in the wider community. Implementation of whole school approach. Schools and educational authorities are expected to manage school safety appropriately, not only to prevent physical accidents and incidents but also to create an environment that promotes whole school safety consisting of physical, emotional and social well-being, both individually and collectively. 5.4. A whole school safety approach involves all parts of the school working together and being committed to taking measures to make the school environment free of crime and violence, bullying, trauma, anxiety, etc. Schools which recognize the importance of a whole school approach take care of not only physical infrastructure but also its formal classroom teaching and learning and many more aspects of the whole school environment. 36. LT is also about developing a democratic, fear-free and positive school culture through redefining shared beliefs and values, policies and norms of behavior and ensuring collective accountability through coordinated efforts in such a way as to gradually lower the risk of violence and mental stress, etc. The other important requirement is to develop a sense of ownership among students and staff that the placed school they belong to is under their ownership, so they have to look after it. This sense is termed as territoriality. Carter and Carter 2001 point out that the objectives of territoriality are mainly to increase a sense of pride and ownership felt by learners, educators and other school personnel and put others on alert that they are coming into a territory that is owned and cared for. It is about capitalizing on the specific strengths of the schools while working on the needs. 5.5. How will the whole school approach be implemented? Para 5.9 of the National Education Policy 2020 also states that adequate and safe infrastructure, including working toilets, clean drinking water, clean and attractive spaces, electricity, computing devices, internet, libraries, and sports and recreational resources will be provided to all schools to ensure that teachers and students, including children of all genders and children with disabilities, receive a safe, inclusive, and effective learning environment and are comfortable and inspired to teach and learn in their schools. For implementing the whole school safety approach, following aspects of the school system need to be addressed with a mindset of I. Understanding children, interest and E. Making their stay comfortable and safe in school, including outdoor camps, sports activities, educational fairs and festivals etc. A whole school approach is about developing positive ethos and culture of school safety and security where everyone feels safe. It involves working with families and making sure that the whole school community is welcoming, inclusive and respectful. LT means maximizing children's learning, providing them with a fear-free environment and conditions, including infrastructure, which promote mental and physical health and well-being across the school through the curriculum, counseling support to students, teacher-student relationship, leadership and a commitment from everybody. Following paragraphs discuss various aspects of whole school safety approach more in detail. These are not exhaustive in nature. However, they may be considered as the minimum requirements. 5.6L Infrastructure Safety and Signage, A. Under the whole school approach, availability and maintenance of essential physical resources is very crucial for making the physical environment of the school safe. Mainly to prevent injuries and securing equipment aimed at securing the school. B. While this is the responsibility of school management principal to provide safe and comfortable infrastructure in school as per the norms already in place, however, school heads, teachers, other staff, students and even parents need to be oriented for critical observation of infrastructure facilities entry, classrooms, laboratories, libraries, sports. Carter, SP and Cart. SL 2001. Planning Safe Schools. American School and Health University. 37 Grounds, toilets, dispensary, first aid arrangements, other secluded places and transport in schools, etc. And reporting if there is a need of additional facility or maintenance or the existing facility. C. Further continuous supervision of every nook and corner in the school as well as access control, signage, etc. also come under the whole school safety. There should be child safety posters, POSCO A box details and child helpline number on display in prominent locations of the school. D. Section 19 of the RTE Act, 2009 lays down norms for school buildings in the schedule of the Act. A. Schools should have at least one classroom for every teacher and one office cum storeroom cum heads room. B. Barrier-free access. C. Separate toilet for boys and girls. D. Safe and adequate drinking water facility for all children. D. Kitchen where midday meal is cooked. F. Playground. G. Arrangement for secure building with a boundary wall or fencing. These need to be complied by all schools. A. Schools should conduct mock drills on emergency preparedness and disaster management for students and staff at least once a year. F. Every school should prepare and display the school safety plan, including a school disaster management plan containing classroom-wise disaster sub-plans as per the template provided by NDMA. The school and each classroom room in the school must display the related disaster management plan, clearly showing exits, etc. G. Every school management state UT should also undertake ensure the following. I. Display the school safety pledge at a prominent place in the school. Sample if school safety pledge is at Annexure VL. E. Provide barrier-free infrastructural facilities and necessary equipment to differently abled children as per state UT policy. E. Provide sufficient and safe drinking water. IV. Provide sufficient number of well-lit, airy toilets with proper fittings, with safe and secure access for boys and girls. We. Ensure compliance with building codes. We. Make efforts to design more and more buildings with the provisions for efficient renewable energy, such as solar power, use of solar cookers and biogas. We. Provide boundary wall or a fence to mark the safe area. We. Ensure that the secluded, isolated areas are well lit and there is frequent invigilation of such areas. X. Regularly monitor communication systems in the school such as landline phones, safety alarms, etc. for their functionality. X. To the extent and only if and wherever possible, CCTV cameras may be installed at the entry points, exit points and vulnerable locations in the school. Proper monitoring and storage of recordings in such cases must be ensured. Residential schools should ensure minimum living space for each inmate to be approximately 40 sq ft excluding kitchen, toilet and other common space. A. 3B 5.8. B. Sufficient number of well-lit and airy bathrooms with proper fittings and safe and secure access. C. Provision of functional sanitary napkin vending machines and incinerator in girls' hostels. D. Wherever hostels have internet facility, internet security provisions for cyber-safe usage may be provided or A. There should be child safety posters, POSCO A box details and child helpline number on display in prominent locations of the hostel. F. Every hostel should have a warden, in-charge teacher who can devote time for interacting with students on a day-to-day basis concerning adolescents' problems and other conflicting situations if any. G. Warden, in-charge teacher, resident teacher and all other staff workers working in a looking after a girls' hostel should all be females only. H. Sensitization of other hostel staff, guards, caretaker, staff in the mess, etc. to be done regularly by the principal and concerned teacher on child and substance abuse. Preschool centers PSCA. PSC may be located on the ground floor, ensuring a child-friendly access. B. Provision for a variety of activities like running, EMPing, climbing, cycling, sand and water play, gardening etc. may be made by ensuring the safety of children. 5.9. A, B, C, D, A, F. Psychosocial safety. Psychosocial safety would entail providing a stress-free environment for conducive teaching learning in the classrooms, which promotes positive student-teacher relationships, violence prevention in schools and ensures socio-emotional development in students. Unusual behaviors, continuous absence from classes or any other signs of stress or depression, if observed, may be brought to the notice of parents for follow-up with the counselor at nearest adolescent-friendly health clinics, AFHCs, health and wellness centers, HWCs. Schools should make provision for strong action against teaching and non-teaching staff in case of any involvement in or negligence of physical or sexual violence, bullying and or corporal punishment, subjecting the child to physical or psychological harassment. Braille Section 17 of the RTE Act 2009 and Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, 2012. Schools should ensure inclusive practices and under no circumstances subject any child to discriminatory practices on the grounds of caste, creed, religion, disability and gender. Braille Section 8 OND 9C of the RTE Act, 2091. Schools should be sensitive towards the confidentiality of all personal issues shared by students. All the efforts, the humane qualities and other talents of the child should be appreciated rather than just emphasizing on scores to reduce exam-related stress and suicidal tendencies. As recommended in NEP 2020, group counseling and guidance can be provided through an online, offline or blended mechanism. Students can also avail counseling through Manodarpan web links. In COVID-19 Index HTML, an initiative of MO, which mobilizes psychosocial support for mental health and well-being of students during and post-COVID. 39 5.10. A. Outbreak. A national toll-free tele-counseling helpline 8,448,440,632 has also been developed under Manodarpan, which should be widely disseminated. Cyber safety. Computer education is an integral part of the modern-day education. The COVID-19 pandemic has given further impetus to leveraging technology for education through online platforms, TV, radio, podcasts, etc. This entails internet access to students at a very young age, which further warrants ensuring that the children are made aware about safe use of internet and other aspects of cyber safety, including cyberbullying. Further, schools should also ensure the following is given at serial numbers 5.5.18 to 5.5.1p. Every school should have a clear mandate on access to usage of internet and its security checks while the child is within the school premises. HTTO, CBCKDMIC. NIC. In R. Web Material Manuals Cyber Safety Manual. ODFL schools should follow the advisories issued by Ministry of Electronics and ITMETI from time to time. A. 9. National Cyber Security Policy 2013 of METI TTS, V. LN Writer Adata. B. C. D. F. S. 11. A. B. C. D. Awareness of mental health and behavioral aspects of cyber safety along with cautious use of internet by students should be encouraged. A. NCERT and UNESCO have jointly developed guidelines on cyberbullying and internet safety, safe online learning in times of COVID-19, which may be used for such orientation of students on do's and don'ts and the consequences of engaging in cyberbullying and violence. Available at HN. Web links _ website files guidelines 2015 guidelines 062 food %20 suffix 4020 and %20 hygiene. PDF 40. Health and physical safety, sports, yoga and physical activities, exercises must be encouraged for each child in an age-appropriate manner. The importance of physical fitness in productivity of an individual must be explained grade appropriately to the child and the parents. Every school should have a basic medicine, first aid kit and emergency medical care numbers including ambulance services on display. Schools should conduct health checkups at least once in a year and maintain health cards. The school health cards must be comprehensive, covering both physical and psychosocial aspects of child development and also include child's medical history, any serious ailment, allergy that child has, or other disability issues. Schools should follow central, state GOIT notifications, circulars, SOPs on health and physical safety issued from time to time. Midday meal served should be as per the guidelines on calorific value, food satiety and hygiene. Schools should sensitize students and parents on important health issues such as role of nutrition in physical and mental growth, nutritious alternatives to junk food, the importance of a balanced diet, etc. and its impact on child behavior and learning. F. Awareness may be generated about POCSOA box and CHITD line for reporting concerns relating to physical and cyber safety of students. These may be placed on the school website and home page of the devices being used in schools as well. 5.12 Curriculum. Curriculum encompasses pedagogy, syllabi, textbooks, all educational activities, assessment and many other activities in which children participate for their holistic development. A. It is the responsibility of principals, school heads and teachers to carefully analyze syllabi and textbooks selected by the school in case school is not following textbooks prescribed by NCERT, SCERTs on the following parameters. I. It should not promote any kind of discrimination based on caste, class, religion, gender, ethnicity, language, etc. E. It should promote sensitivity towards environmental protection, gender parity, inclusion, ethical behavior, etc. E. It should promote healthy habits of eating, cleanliness and sanitation, reading, working together, helping each other, collaboration in place of competition, etc. B. In case school selects books not prescribed by NCERT, SCERT or those not prescribed by concerned secondary school examination board, the school shall put up a list of books prescribed selected by it on its website and notice board. It will also put up a written declaration on its website, jointly signed by the manager and the principal in private schools, and by the principal or head of school in government schools, to the effect that the school owns the responsibility of having thoroughly checked and having gone through the contents of the books prescribed by the school with respect to ensuring the parameters mentioned at para 5.12a above. C. Further, the routine of the school must include enough space for dialogue, reflection and discussion on school safety, on road safety, healthy and nutritious food, adolescence issues, i.e., in the morning assembly, midday mealtime, sports ground, during the classes, etc. Space should also be created in the school schedule for the training and drills to address disaster management. L. 5.13 Teaching Learning Processes. Classroom teaching learning needs to be done in a learner-friendly environment, where no student should feel that he or she is not respected by the teacher or peer on the grounds of language, socioeconomic background, caste, creed, gender, abilities, etc. Group work, collaborative learning, project work, etc. need to be made regular features of the classroom to move away from rote methods and bringing in learners' experiences. Teachers also need to have discussions, formal and informal, with students about school safety, any emotional disturbance they are going through, any problem of peer they have come across, etc. A. B. C. 5. R4. A. Assessment and examination. Assessment and examination in schools must be non-threatening. 4LB. Students' assessment needs to be seen as a process of appreciating what they have learnt and bringing further improvement in learning rather than a process which criticizes students for what they have not learnt. C. Moreover, all the assessments and examinations at the school level need to focus not only on cognitive learning but also on psychomotor and emotional learning. D. This also has implications for report cards. Report cards need to be transformed to focus more on student strengths rather than on weaknesses. It needs to start with quantitative statements on psychomotor and emotional learning of students and come to academic aspects, further making linkage among all other aspects. Para 4.35 of the NEP 2020 states that the progress card will be a holistic, 360-degree, multidimensional report that reflects in great detail the progress as well as the uniqueness of each learner in the cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domains. It will include self-assessment and peer assessment, and progress of the child in project-based and inquiry-based learning, quizzes, role-plays, group work, portfolios, etc. Along with teacher assessment. The holistic progress card will form an important link between home and school and will be accompanied by parent-teacher meetings in order to actively involve parents in their children's holistic education and development. The progress card would also provide teachers and parents with valuable information on how to support each student in and out of the classroom. All states' duties and all schools will ensure moving towards this holistic system of giving feedback to each child. 5.15 A. B. Parent-teacher interaction. Since parents and teachers both own a major share of the development of a child's personality, both should curb their tendency of criticizing children on any ground, whether cognitive, affective or psychomotor. Both need to start their interactions by appreciating the strengths of the children. Both parents and teachers need to work together to bring improvements in the weaknesses they have observed. Principal-staff interactions. There should be regular interaction among principal, teachers and staff on the issues related to school safety and security. Principals need to carefully examine the report from every teacher and staff about any problem related to infrastructure safety, student safety, emotional etc. aspects or medical facility in the school. The principal should share the infrastructure-related report with SMC, SMDC, local administration in case of government schools or school management in case of private schools and take immediate action on the essential points without any negligence. 5.16 A, B, C, A, 5.17 A, B, C, 5.18 A, B, C, D, A, F. 5.19 A, B, C, D, A, F. Training of school personnel. It will be the responsibility of school principals, heads and management to ensure that teachers and other school staff are trained on the whole school approach to safety and integration of safety and security aspects in education. They should be well aware of all legal provisions in this regard too. Teachers should also be trained to address unseen situations under different disaster conditions and keep the children safe. Training of all general teachers on dealing with emotional aspects of children must also be arranged to provide essential counseling to children. However, it is advisable to also have a regular qualified counselor in school. School preparedness for disaster. Every school must have its own school disaster management plan. The plan must identify the first responders and lay down their roles and responsibilities, along with the roles and responsibilities of all concerned stakeholders. The first responders may be given requisite training. The inventory of school resources available for responding to a disaster must be listed. The school disaster plan must be disseminated to all concerned. Utilize the opportunities provided by social media and mobile technologies for dissemination. Drills must be conducted in school to familiarize all to this plan, and the plan must be updated frequently. The CBSE Teacher's Handbook at pages 191 to 198 and CBSE Principal's Handbook at pages L36 to 144 giving great detail how planning and capacity building can be done for disaster preparedness and management. These resources may also be utilized. Links http skeptical smiley face CBC Kedem IC. NIC. Infweb material manuals handbook for teachers. PDF and CBMTC. NLC. LN Materi MNP. Other recommendations for schools to comply. Every child in the school should have an identity card on her person that displays the child's photo, name, class in which the child is studying, school name, parent name and mobile number, residential address, blood group, etc. On it. Children and teachers should ensure the identity cards are being worn by the students during school hours and on their way to and from school. Every school should maintain an updated contact details list of parents guardian for every student of the school. Schools can consider establishing youth clubs and or topic circles as a platform for strengthening self-esteem, confidence and empowerment amongst students. Life skill-based education for students across all levels in schools may be taken up. Integration in the curriculum is also standalone enhancement programs. Schools should have a recruitment and verification procedure for all teaching and non-teaching staff including contractual employees. H. 43-9 Mon Diploma in School Counseling. 5.20 Developing safe and secure schools, system functionaries at state, district level and at school management level. Cert Nogalond Hose introduced O 9-month diploma course in school counseling Hose been designed OND introduced from 20L8 with the primary objective low trointiokas in theory OND preclies of school counseling so as to ensure thought every school host of least one mole one female school counselor. A. Constitution of a School Management Committee SMC in case of a government school, as per Section 21 of the RTE Act 2009. B. As per Section 21 of the RTE Act, 2009, private schools are exempted from formulating SMCs. The private schools defined under Section 2 NIV of the RTE Act, 2009 should have a parent-teachers association. meetings of which should be held regularly. C. Preschool centers (PSCs) should preferably be in the same premises of the primary school, or it should be close to or adjacent to a primary school. D. Information about NCPCR online helpline. As stated in Rule 26 of the RTE Rules, 2009, to register complaints regarding violation of rights of the child under the Act, must be disseminated to all students and all parents. The National Commission for Protection of Child Rights (NCPCR) also dedicated transparent online complaint system. A Bulnidun http://www. Bulnidun. NIC. In to ensure timely, speedy redressal of complaints of various violations or any deprivation of child rights. Further, NCPCR hosts launched POCSOA box https://www. NCPCR. Gov. In Index 2. PHP, for UCQND direct reporting of sexual offences against children as well as timely action against the offenders under the POCSO Act 2A2. G. Parent-teacher meetings should always start with discussion on unique things about the child. H. All vehicles used by children for transportation to and from the school should have a fitness certificate in the school's name, address and telephone number should be prominently displayed on these vehicles. I. Parents may be encouraged to use school buses rather than private vans, if found economically equally or more viable. Schools should also ensure adequate and regular maintenance of school vehicles. J. There should be a responsible staff member assigned to be in the school bus vehicle to make a safe arrangement for transporting, boarding and deboarding of children to and from the school bus. 44A. The school premises should be used only for education and Samajik Chetna Kendra activities following proper guidelines SOPs to be issued by state UT government in this regard. F. Funding provision should be made by private school management state governments for conforming to the provisions of the guidelines for safe and secure schools. G. Capacity building of teacher educators from SCERTs, diets, IASEs, CRES, etc. must be undertaken on different issues related to safety and security. H. Capacity building of principal, teachers and other administrative staff must be undertaken on different issues related to safety and security through CERTs, diets and NCPCR. I. The UDISE Plus and Performance Grading Index of MO will include parameters on school safety and security for effective implementation and follow-up of the guideline. J. For Central Board of Secondary Education and other school boards and school affiliating agencies, I. School affiliation bylaws need to be revised incorporating security measures for schools and hostels keeping in view the whole school safety approach and also the existing acts, policies and guidelines of appropriate authority. E. Reformulated bylaws need to be disseminated to all the affiliated schools for compliance in stipulated time decided by the concerned board or agency. 5.21. A. B. D. System functionaries at state and district level, disaster management. The state governments have the basic mandate for management of disasters and executive actions are taken at the district level with the district collector playing a pivotal role. Implementation of the National Disaster Management Guidelines 5 on school safety policy must be ensured by the state and UT governments and the private management schools under supervision and monitoring at district level. Compiled quarterly reports should be submitted by the state to NDMAR Department of School Education and Literacy within 1 month after the end of the quarter. In case of emergencies, the guidelines advisories SOP issued by Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Home Affairs, and or other concerned authority should be followed. For building construction development work states UTs to ensure use of Vulnerability Atlas for reducing the vulnerability in the given area and tenders may reflect the same, wherever required. The Vulnerability Atlas created by Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council (IBMTPC) was updated in 2019. This atlas gives the latest information regarding vulnerability of housing stock to earthquakes, cyclones, floods, landslides and thunderstorms. 5.22 COVID-19 The COVID-19 pandemic has caused an unprecedented public health emergency, affecting almost all countries and territories globally since early 2020. The only effective NA6 NDMA guidance, February 2016. 45 preventive measure for this disease as suggested by the Health Ministry is wearing of face mask, hand hygiene and social distancing. B. Schools must follow guidelines issued by the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education and the State UT Administration, from time to time, in this regard. C. The World Health Organization WHO has also developed a document on mental health and psychosocial considerations during the COVID-19 outbreak to help deal with the stress generated due to the pandemic. https://www. WHO. Int docs default tcc. https://www. MHRD. COF. Int sites ulud files LMHRDLA files SOP guide in S for ReAnaLNQ schools. PDF-J. 46. COVID-19 related Health and Safety SOP guidelines for school reopening after issue of MHA guidelines for unlock S on STH October 2020. MOHOS issued detailed SOP guidelines regarding Health and Safety precautions for reopening of schools. Part I refers to the Health and Safety aspects for reopening schools. These are based on the prevailing instructions of Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and Ministry of Education with regard to Health and Safety protocols, and are to be implemented by adopting in accordance with the local situation in all stores ULs. The guidelines can be accessed or promoting conducive / I stress and trauma-free. As per the guidelines issued by NDMA and TED agencies on the availability of and maintenance. School environment per RTE Act 2 m 9 + exercise PT, yoga, spirituality bio, balanced diet, nutrition. Promotion of effective family shoot partnership forming peer educators network per. IRTLD Euro identification of common emotionate and behavioral problems autistic of species. Principats and management personnel teachers, ambassadors and representatives. Conservancy staff, non-teaching staff, parents, families, students, peer educators representative. Plus first aid and CPR training equipped medical aid plus basic health education awareness of child rights and protection prevention of physical, emotional and sexual abuse POXO T orientation and L implementation. Plus poster, AV, charts and handout need to be developed and maintained along with videos and short films for promotion and intervention. 47. LI availability and maintenance of physical L infrastructure. Building relationships with all advocacy and capacity building. Stakeholders identification and early L intervention. Chopla 6. Whole school safety approach, roles and responsibilities of stakeholders. This chapter presents guidelines, roles and actions to be taken on the part of school management, teachers, other school functionaries, community members and parents for implementing the whole school approach of safety and security of children in school. While safety and security of the child is the prime focus, the guidelines emphasize only on concerning safety issues that are either school-based or are related to school transportation or related to outside visits organized by the school. Monitoring violence outside school hours premises can however not be addressed. Therefore, school safety should not be misinterpreted as moral policing. Following paragraphs lay down the actionable roles and responsibilities of all major stakeholders who are responsible for the effective functioning of the whole school safety approach, including the provisions already mentioned in Chapter 4 and 5. 48. 6.1 Roles and responsibilities of school management in whole school safety. A. In case of occurrence of any untoward incident e.g., physical or sexual violence, bullying, injury, etc. The school management should report to the concerned authorities and immediately take necessary action and also corrective measures so that the incident should not get repeated. B. In view of the present COVID-19 situation, equipment and materials such as thermal scanners, masks, sanitizers, etc. may be made available in school. Social distancing norms have to be followed with strict compliance till the COVID-19 situation normalizes. C. The school management should ensure safety of physical infrastructure of the school, including I. Emergency maintenance, i.e., repair or replacement of facility components or equipment requiring immediate attention such as school building roof, windows. Emergency alarm. Communication system. Potable drinking water systems. Electrification system, etc. Routine maintenance, which includes repair, replacement and general upkeep of the grounds and buildings. E. Preventive maintenance, which is the scheduled maintenance of equipment installed in schools so as to ensure that equipment is always in working order and provides safety. D. Informing competent local authorities and taking necessary action in case of sale of tobacco or any other intoxicating substances as noticed within 100 yards of the school premises. A. Ensure that quarterly inspections are conducted following the checklist given in NCPCR's Manual on Safety and Security of Children in Schools on indicators for day and boarding schools and/or comprehensive checklist given at Annexure R of this guideline and upload the reports on the school's website regularly. F. At the beginning of the session, school management should I. Conduct meeting for the development of a school safety plan. E. Ensure the constitution of the School Safety Committee (SSC) within 1 month. G. Regular conduct of disaster-related mock drills in collaboration with experts from NDMA, NDRF, fire stations, local appropriate authorities. H. Ensure maintenance of health cards, basic medicine, first aid kits and regular checkups. I. Declare and monitor school as corporal punishment-free school and zero tolerance to students' abuse and bullying. J. Developing a system wherein students can drop their complaints or share observations or ask questions with regard to child abuse, drug use, anxiety, curiosity complaint, help box. It is the role of the principal to address or arrange to address each of these complaints to ensure safety and security. K. No hawkers should be allowed inside the school. However, being vigilant about the presence of shopkeepers in the school premises, if any. I. Set norms for maintaining regular hygiene, both personal and school hygiene and sanitization routines. M. School management should ensure the orientation cum training of principal, teachers, staff, students and council members on essential drills related to fire, earthquake, first aid and acts such as POCSO, cyber security, etc. N. While government schools in some of the states such as Assam, Goa, Delhi, etc. do follow Code of Conduct under the State Education Act, management of private schools need to come out with Code of Conduct for the members of the Management Board, PTA, school principal, teachers and students based on the Code of Conduct already formulated by these states. Code of Conduct formulated by Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan can also be seen in this context. 6.2 Roles and Responsibilities of Principal, School Heads. A. Orient all teachers and students at the beginning of the session regarding the school safety plan using the morning assembly platform. B. Regular meeting with teachers and members of the school safety committee to discuss issues related to school safety and security and decide appropriate actions. C. Ensure display of the school safety and disaster evacuation plan at prominent places in the school. D. Regular health checkups to be conducted in school and teachers to be instructed to maintain health cards. A. Orienting teachers, parents and students on the purpose and process of conducting parent-teacher meetings and its impact on all-round development. F. Sensitizing parents and teachers on releasing child stress and anxiety by focusing on uniqueness, strengths, his/her coping strategies, attitudes and values along with the academic areas of improvement and making PTMs as child-parent-teacher dialogue CPTD. G. In case of a complaint against a teacher or other staff of the school, conduct a discreet inquiry to protect the identity of the victim complainant. H. Equipping the school with basic supplements and medicines. 49 Daily monitoring of maintenance of sanitation and hygiene particularly in washrooms and drinking water areas, and generally in the entire school premises including classrooms, canteens, laboratories, libraries, etc. Identifying students with positive leadership qualities and making them part of the anti-bullying task force at the school safety committee to act as peer counselors and educators to develop a bullying and violence-free school campus. 6.3 Roles and responsibilities of teachers. A. Supporting the principal in gently orienting students towards the safety and security in general. B. Teachers should also help set classroom norms and standards that support child safety and security. C. Collaboratively develop with students healthy classroom norms and conduct of behavior which ensures a safe and secure classroom environment. D. Encourage the habit of inquiry and sharing through placing a question box, opinion box, and addressing regularly the curiosity and problems of all children. A. Conduct relaxation exercises such as mindful breathing, yoga either in assembly or in between different periods to improve concentration and reduce stress. F. Being sensitive in the use of language and refrain from passing judgment on child behaviors to nurture positive attitudes in relationships amongst and with children. G. Being vigilant and observant about unusual behaviors and signs of stress or depression in students and informing and holding discussions with parents accordingly. H. Highlight the strengths of every child not just within the classroom but also in the PTM so as to promote self-esteem and confidence. Appreciate efforts more than the scores to reduce the exam-related stress which is increasingly affecting the child and parent psyche. I. Engage in inquiry and dialogue in classrooms around challenging stereotypes among students with regards to gender, caste, class, ethnicity, language, etc. 6. 4 Roles and responsibilities of the parents. A. Developing a friendly relationship with the child so as to have hesitation-fear-free dialogues. B. Connecting with schools and school-related activities so as to develop a symbiotic relationship. C. Regularly attending the parent-teacher meetings and PTA meetings in case of membership. D. Following guidelines circulated by the school from time to time on child safety and security. A. Ensure that their wards leave for schools with masks and sanitizers and are following the safe distance and hygiene norms during school hours. 6.5 Roles and responsibilities of warden. A. Creating a friendly and trustworthy environment in the hostel and regularly interacting with students. B. Implementing rules and code of conduct provided by the school authority including timings for various activities. 56.6. C. Building the capacity of other hostel staff, canteen staff, cleaners, caretakers on various aspects of safety and security. D. Wardens, caretakers and housemaster, assistant housemasters to take the onus and responsibility of work assigned in context of safety and emotional well-being of students. A. Maintaining diary with updated phone numbers of school principal and staff, teachers, school bus drivers, parents of students, etc. Roles and responsibilities of a counselor. A. Building strong rapport and trust with all students to encourage fear-free interaction and dialogue. B. The counselor should ensure confidentiality of all personal issues shared by students in confidence. C. Being vigilant about unusual behaviors and intervening to give professional help. D. Counselors along with HMs, AHMs, teachers, wardens, should facilitate students to build personal connectivity, bond with each other, understanding their views and helping them to clear their confusions and cope with their challenges by realizing their strengths and building resilience. A. To support holistic development of the students by empowering them with psychosocial competencies, instilling responsible behavior and inculcating skills for help-seeking so as to ensure their preventive, curative and developmental needs in a safe and healthy childhood. 6.7. A. B. C. D. A. F. Roles and responsibilities of students. Every student needs to follow the guidelines on the safety and security issued by the school principal and teachers, from time to time. In case students observe tobacco, drug-related substances supply activities outside the school premise or inside the premise, they may intimate the school authorities through the complaint box. Senior students may discuss various issues like bullying and sexual harassment with other younger students under guidance of teachers. Act as peer support or peer educator for other students, wherever possible. Stay physically active. Not hesitate to seek support from teachers, counselors, parents when required. 6.8 Roles and responsibilities of non-teaching staff. A. Every staff is a stakeholder in protection of child rights and safety. B. Non-teaching staff to ensure that they are well informed on all aspects of safety and security of students and comply with all aspects. C. Being observant to their interpersonal relationships, disposition towards students and staffy temperament, effective communication, conflict management, risky behaviors, knowledge and awareness of child rights and safety etc. D. Be vigilant about infrastructure safety. A. Inform school head of untoward behavior by any stakeholder in the system. 51 6.9 Roles and responsibility of school nurses, health workers visiting medical personnel. A. Monitoring and supervision through regular visits in the school. B. Nurses visiting doctors, health workers associated with the school can provide education on important health issues such as sanitation, hygiene including menstrual hygiene, substance misuse, mental health and healthy nutrition, alternatives to junk food, importance of a balanced diet etc. To the canteen supervisors, students and stakeholders. C. Nurses visiting doctors, health workers associated with the school along with physical education teachers may promote yoga and practice of meditation. D. Nurses visiting doctors, health workers associated with the school along with physical education teacher to promote Fit India campaign by organizing intra-class activities. A. Nurses visiting doctors, health workers associated with the school to participate in annual health checkup of 100% students and maintaining the records of past medical history for all students and staff. 52 It is not only schools, but also homes and society. Not only Ministry of Education, but also other ministries and departments that need to share the responsibility of developing safe and secure society in which the school functions. This chapter presents recommendations for the departments and ministries other than school education. Developing safe and secure society inter-department recommendations. Ellen Jonery, 2019 Ostole wide ban on PUBG WQS issued across primary schools in Gujarat owing low children's foodies being odiously offered. Even in LHE colleges of Mumbai, LHE users of Wi-Fi nahi log have been restricted from accessing PUBG Game. The No Commission for Protection of Child Rights also recommended banning LHE Game for its violent knowledge. PUBG HQ now been banned in LNDO. 7.1 Law and Justice, Speedy Adjudication and Enforcement of Laws that prohibits all forms of violence against children including corporal punishment, sexual abuse, exploitation of children, physical violence and bullying, etc. Speedy adjudication and enforcement of laws relating to harmful substances products, such as cigarettes, e-cigarettes, alcohol, firearms, narcotics, etc. Incorporate changes in existing laws to include bullying and cyberbullying and sexting, addictive and violent internet video games and exposure to inappropriate content on internet as legal offense. Spread awareness about the laws, acts, provisions for support and consequences for contributing to school-based violence amongst teachers, students and parents' families in collaboration with other related ministries. A. B. C. D. A. Providing specialized help and support for families at risk of violence. B. Proactively providing support to victims of sexual abuse or violence cases in schools. C. Conduct of awareness and sensitization program, preparing A modules and disseminating on sexual abuse and violence, parenting, nutrition, safety of girl child, etc. 53. Chapter 7. Developing O SOFE OND Secure Socially, Multi-sectoral Approach. 7.2 Women and Child Development. The Ministry of WCD is implementing O Senkoli sponsored scheme, Child Protection Services, under the umbrella scheme of Integrated Child Development Scheme, to provide solution all OND non-solution all safety net for vulnerable children visoged under the JJ Act. IHE scheme supports 24x7 Okyok helpline service for children in Dushes. This service is available rough or dedicated toll-free number, 1098. Which can be accessed by children in crisis or by adults on their behalf from any place in LHE geographical location of LNDIQ. Cunenly. CHILDIINE service is Fincline in 579 locations while Child Help Desk CHD host been set up all 130 Mojo Royaloistolians. 7.3 Electronics and Information Technology. A. Surveillance and censoring of different apps, gaming sites and digital serials and movies for monitoring offensive and vulgar content encouraging physical or sexual violence and abuse. B. Formulating cyber security policies appropriate for school and college-going children. C. Organize awareness programs with experts, law enforcement officers to explain the dangers and implications of flouting the law. 7.4 Health and Family Welfare. A. Conduct health safety, fitness and nutrition awareness camps in schools and towns at least once in a year. B. Integrate prevention of violence against young children in routine health delivery. Engage with adolescent girls and toys. Strengthen referral services. C. Plan T3 test, treat, talk camps on Anemia Mukt Bharat I Am campaign. D. Conduct training programs for school staff in general first aid and CPR. A. Ensuring free medicines, supplements and regular health checkup in schools through RBSIG Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram initiated by the ministry. F. Visits of ASHA and counselors from AFHCs HWCs to local schools for awareness generation and general interaction with parents. 54 Accredited Socio Kiosk activist ASHA. The ASHA program has been in place since 2005 OSO Paul of the Nolian Rural Health Mission, which in 2013 became Nolian Health Mission by ordering urban areas as well. Roles of ASHAs includes facilitating LHE community to seek off from public health system, OCL os on octavile to creole onus on entitlements OND services within the health systems OND OCT os community level co-provider for basic oilments. ASHA or volunteers selected from within LHE community OND get remuneration based on the financial OND non-financial lives as per LHE tasks performed. She has helped build trust in LHE public health systems. The total numbers of ASHAS rural and urban 9.85 lok as per NHMMIS report Dole 3 is December 2020. 7.5 Home Affairs, implementation and enforcement of laws that prohibits all forms of violence against children including corporal punishment, sexual abuse, exploitation of children, physical violence and bullying, etc. L. Implementation and enforcement of laws that limit access of students to harmful products, such as cigarettes, e-cigarettes, alcohol, firearms, narcotics, substance abuse, etc. Sensitization and orientation programs for police personnel on approaches to deal with cases of abuse against women and children. Administrators, teachers and students must be trained on self-defense practices as a part of community policing. Developing an easy and child-sensitive approach of inquiry in case of occurrence of child abuse to encourage children and youths to report crime. Developing collaborative training programs with schools within local jurisdiction about legal provisions and support against any kind of abuse in it throughout the process of reporting. This can also be taken up as a part of community policing. 7.6 Information and Broadcasting. A. Censoring of advertisements, teleserials and cinema content promoting any kind of discriminatory practices and provoking physical and sexual violence and/or abuse. B. Running active media campaigns for generating momentum in the country, society around safety and security of children. C. Creating special social media campaigns through its media units about acts related to child safety and security strictly, not only in schools but also in the entire society. A. B. C. D. A. F. 55 7.7 Panchayati Rai. A. Local governance in rural areas can play an important role in linking parents and communities with ICDS, health, education and child protection services. B. Dissemination of all children-related services with high levels of coverage. C. Play the role of a nodal agency in rural areas in ensuring universal access to child-related services. Strengthen linkages between them to ensure children's and women's safety. Work on campaigns to change social norms around the use of violence, and strengthen institutions of care and justice. D. Critically look at the possibility of convergence of schemes and allocation of funds to schools for improvement of infrastructure, providing barrier-free access and ensuring safety and security of children. 7.8 Urban Development. A. Local governance in urban centers can play an important role in linking parents and communities with ICDs, health, education and child protection services. B. Dissemination of all children-related services are, with high levels of coverage. C. Play the role of a nodal agency in urban areas in ensuring universal access to child-related services. Strengthen linkages between them to ensure children's and women's safety. Work on campaigns to change social norms around the use of violence, and strengthen institutions of care and justice. D. Critically look at the possibility of convergence of schemes and allocation of funds to schools for ensuring the safety and security of children. 7.9 Higher Education. A. Even though majority of the students in higher education institutions are adults, it is the duty of the institution to have a campus safety and security plan in place that is available on the public domain. B. The plan must include safety assessment by students. C. Departments of higher education to ensure that such plans are made and implemented by all higher education institutions IHEI in accordance with prevailing laws. D. All HEIs to undertake short 2-3 hours modules on personal and campus safety for all its students. 7. 2. A. B. C. D. Social efforts and empowerment, making schools aware of the special safety concerns of children with disabilities. Making schools aware about any special provisions for the protection and safety of these children. Conduct awareness programs for teachers, parents and students on the harmful effects of drugs, impact of doping on budding athletes and also about counseling and rehabilitation of drug addicts. Provide safe transportation facilities to schools for children belonging to tribal belt and rural remote areas with adequate monitoring. 56.7. A labor and employment conduct awareness programs for parents and teachers to protect small children from child labor. In case there are school-going children above the age of 16 years supporting their parents by working at different places, then such students and their parents must be aware of the provisions related to their safety and security. A. B. 7.12 Sports, Youth and Cultural Affairs. 7.13 Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. A. Creating awareness in schools about the safety concerns while dealing with various vocational courses IAB roles in which field visit, experience in industry, etc. are required. B. Ensure that job roles approved for schools must not have the use of heavy machines or dangerous chemicals. 7.14 Drinking water and sanitation. A. Ensure supply of safe pipe drinking water to schools. B. Create awareness among adolescent girls in schools about menstrual hygiene and safe disposal of menstrual waste. C. Undertake Swachhata drives and related competitions. D. Develop and provide engaging educational material to create awareness amongst students. C. 7. A. Create awareness in schools about safety provisions for children participating in state, national and international level events. B. Ensure medical facilities to deal with sports injuries are available nearby the schools. 8.1. Pal. 3. IV. A. Chapter 8. Elempalmanlolian Plong. Drishti, an overall implementation plan for making schools safe and secure. Drishti, acronym stands for dissemination, rollout, interventions, support, handholding, tracking, incentivizing, has been worked out with 7 basic steps as follows. I. Dissemination. These guidelines need to be disseminated to all the concerned officials in mentioned sectors including education secretaries in all the states, UTs by the more relevant boards of education, the state training agencies like SCERTs and diets with a request to guide officials and institutions including schools to take actions in the line of suggestions given in the guidelines. Rollout. These guidelines need to be made available to every government and government-aided school by the SCERT Department of Education. These guidelines need to be made available to schools under early managements including government, aided, private, schools under KVS and NVS as also other residential schools like ashram schools, Eklavya model schools and Sainik schools respectively. Along with it, schools should draw flexibility in using contextual approaches in the implementation and rollout of the guidelines to ensure need-based interventions. L. Interventions. Capacity building of resource group members, teachers under all kinds of schools, school leaders and faculty from SCERT's diets on school safety and security norms, guidelines and provisions. Designing and developing need-based interventions through a multi-tier system for prevention, promotion of wellness, professional treatment etc. Support. Support through the development of material and modules, online training material for building competencies in basic counseling skills as also in enhancing life skills and ensuring a healthy school climate. Hand-holding. Hand-holding of each of the schools, whether affiliated to CBSE or state boards, to be done by state UT governments through SCERTS and diets in collaboration with DOs, BOS, and through a network of school clusters not only for the implementation of guidelines 5 BVL, WO, but also for sharing of training resources, guiding awareness programs and safety drills, walks and external monitoring of safety norms. Tracking. The UDISE Plus includes components on school safety and security. With few additional items, it would be ready for online tracking of the status of school safety and security across the country with annual SafeFE inspection reports being uploaded by every school. DOs and BOS may track safety and security measures in schools during their routine or surprise visits. In case of gaps in school security and safety at the school level, principal of the school may be informed immediately for taking necessary action. If the gap is due to funding or state initiative, the state authorities may accordingly be informed by the respective DOs/BOS concerned. L. Incentivizing. Schools which have gone beyond the prescribed norms in conducting regular safety inspection at their level and during visits are found to have harmonious school climate could be appreciated through a letter from the DO Collector Secretary. School education in schools may be given positive titles like Subject Valid Schools, SAMVEDA and SHEL, Sensitive Schools and or ATMIA, Harmonious Schools, Suggestive only. They may be issued a certificate for the same under Samagra Siksha by the state authorities or by concerned school boards to which the schools are affiliated. 59 EXAT, IIL, IIV, W, 7A56. SPN GNN. R. Asterisk Government Department FLs, SCERTS and Diets Asterisk Boards of Education and Managements Asterisk All Mana 8 Immensive Schools. All Managements of Schools. Constituting School Safety Committee and integrating Safety IO classroom transactions. Capacity building of teachers and students. Orientation problems for parents. Need-based interventions are plus greater than counseling. Preventing the at-risk greater than promoting wellness for all. Asterisk support state agencies for clear adherence to norms. Of II. 1. Support teachers and principals. DL Rough capacity building asterisk supports parents students through awareness orientation programs. In conducting SARS BO5 for training. UDISE data for submission OFS safety related data route run and surprise visits to include safety checks progress charts in health and wellness ITI states districts with 1006 schools uploading their safety inspection report on their website asterisk best practices of schools and sharing on national platforms asterisk awarding schools with tides like Alert SIAG Vidyalay. Rollout. Support. Asterisk. Incentivizing. Equals OAGE. OC. UOYA. ORT. CO. UVTO. FTTT State Act FY Provisions Andhra Education 2082. Pradesh Act Chapter 4 Primary Education and its Implementation Section 14 Children not to be employed so as to prevent them from attending school. No person shall employ a child in a manner which shall prevent the child from attending an approved school. Section Z4 Appointment and Removal of Manager of Private Institution. 1. The management of every private institution shall be constituted in such manner and shall consist of such number of members as may be prescribed. Z. 3. Exa. B. Where the competent authority is satisfied that the manager alone is responsible for the lapses or irregularities of the institution, action shall be taken against him by the management, as recommended by the competent authority. 4. S6 For the removal of doubts, it is hereby declared that any failure or negligence on the part of a management to take action against the manager is required under Clause B of subsection 3, or to nominate another person as manager under subsection 4, shall constitute an act of mismanagement, and action shall be taken against the private institution under this act accordingly. Section 25 Duties of Manager of Private Institution. Section 26 Private institution not to be closed down, etc. Without sufficient notice, once save as otherwise provided in this Act, no private institution shall be closed down or discontinued, unless a notice of not less than 1 academic year expiring with the end of any academic year and indicating the intention to do so, has been given by the mandator to the officer authorized by the competent authority in this behalf. 2. If any manager fails to give notice as required under subsection 1, he shall, on conviction, be punished with fine which may extend to 5,000 rupees or with simple imprisonment which may extend to 1. Annexure L. State-specific provisions. 6L. I State Act provisions year or with both and with a fine of ₹1 or further default. Section 3 Parent-Teacher Association. 1. There shall be parent-teacher association for every educational institution other than an adult educational center. 2. The composition and functions of the Parent-Teacher Association shall be in accordance with such rules as may be prescribed. Section 31 Inspection of Educational Institutions. 1. The government or the competent authority may authorize any officer not below such rank as may be prescribed to inspect any educational institution in the state. 2. The officer authorized under subsection 1 shall exercise general powers of inspection over the working of the educational institution. 3. The manager and the employees of the educational institution shall at all reasonable times be bound to afford to the aforesaid officer all such assistance and facilities as may be required for the purpose of such inspection. 4. The manager shall comply with such directions or suggestions as may be given by the competent authority on the report of the aforesaid officer, provided that the manager aggrieved by any such direction or suggestion may appeal, within 30 days from the date of receipt of such direction or suggestion to the prescribed authority, whose decision on such appeal shall be final. 100 for every day. The Assam Primary Education Act, 6L. Section 19 Penalty for employment of children or interference with their attendance at school shall be prosecuted by the Education Committee, and shall on conviction before a magistrate be liable to a fine not exceeding ₹10 for a first offence and not exceeding ₹25 for each subsequent offence. A. The Assam Non-Government Educational Institutions Regulation and Management Act, 2006. Section 3 Power of the State Government to regulate non-government educational institutions. 1. The state government may regulate all the non-government educational institutions in the state of Assam in accordance with the provisions of this Act and the rules made thereunder. 62. I State Act FYE Provisions. A. Commencement of this Act. The establishment of non-government educational institutions or the opening of a higher class or the closing down of an existing class in any existing non-government educational institution in the state, shall be subject to the provisions of this Act and the rules made thereunder, in any non-government educational institution or any higher class established or opened otherwise than in accordance with the provisions of this Act shall not be recognized under Section 5 by the Director and shall be closed down under Section 24. Section 12 Constitution of Managing Committee. Every non-government educational institution shall constitute a managing committee consisting of chairman and members. Section 13 Power and Functions of Managing Committee. Section 14 Scheme of Management. Section 15 Appointment and Disciplinary Matters. Section 16 Code of Conduct for the Employee. Said on and from Th. Bihar Education Code, 1961. No provision for management committee and safety measures. The Chhattisgarh Primary Education Act, 1961. No provision for management committee and safety measures. Section S Scheme of Management. 1. Notwithstanding anything contained in any other law for the time being in force or in any instrument having effect by virtue of any such law, the managing committee of every recognized school shall make, in accordance with the rules made under this Act and with the previous approval of the appropriate authority, a scheme of management for such school, provided that in the case of a 63 recognized private school which does not receive any aid, the scheme of management shall apply with such variations and modifications as may be prescribed. Provided further that so much of this subsection is relates to the previous approval of the appropriate authority, shall not apply to a scheme or management for an unaided minority school. 2. A scheme may be made, in like manner, to add, to vary or modify any scheme made under subsection 1. The Delhi Education 7E73 School Act 63 I State Act FY Provisions Section 8 Terms and Conditions of Recognized Private Schools. Service of Employees of Section G. Employees to be governed by a code of conduct. Every employee of a recognized school shall be governed by such code of conduct as may be prescribed, and on the violation of any provision of such code of conduct, the employee shall be liable to such disciplinary action as may be prescribed. Chapter VLL Taking over the management of schools. Section ZO Taking over the management of schools. 1. Whenever the administrator is satisfied that the managing committee or manager of any school, whether recognized or not, has neglected to perform any of the duties imposed on it by or under this act or any rule made thereunder, and that it is expedient in the interests of school education to take over the management of such school, he may, after giving the managing committee or the manager of such school a reasonable opportunity of showing cause against the proposed action, take over the management of such school for a limited period not exceeding 3 years. Chapter 8 Miscellaneous Section 22 Delhi Schools Education Advisory Board. 1. There shall be an advisory board for school education, to be called the Delhi School Education Advisory Board, for the purpose of advising the administrator on matters of policy relating to the education in Delhi. 2. The advisory board shall be constituted by the administrator and shall consist of a chairman and 14 other members, to be nominated by the administrator. 3. The advisory board constituted under subsection 2 shall include a. Heads of recognized private schools. B. Representatives of the organizations or teachers of the recognized private schools. C. Managers of the recognized private schools. D. Representatives of parents or guardians of students of recognized private schools. And A. Eminent educationists. 4. The advisory board shall regulate its own procedure. 64. I State Act Year Provisions. Office of every member of the board and traveling and other allowances payable to a member of the board shall be such as may be prescribed. 5. The terms of the Goa Education 1E84 School Act Section Z and Managing Committee means the body of individuals which is entrusted with the management of any recognized private school. Section 6 Scheme of Management. Notwithstanding anything contained in any other law for the time being in force or in any instrument having effect by virtue of any such law, the managing committee of every recognized school shall make, in accordance with the rules made under this act, a scheme of management for such school, provided that in the case of a recognized school which does not receive any aid, the scheme of management shall apply with such variations and modifications as may be prescribed. Chapter LV Terms and Conditions of Service of Employees of Recognized Private Schools. Section 11 Terms and Conditions of Service of Employees of 6 Recognized Private Schools. Section 12 Employees to be governed by a Code of Conduct. Chapter 7 Taking over Management of School. Section 20 Taking over Management of School. Chapter Lux School Education Advisory Board. Section 24 Advisory Board. 1. There shall be constituted an advisory board to be called the Goa, Daman and Diu School Education Board, hereinafter referred to as the Advisory Board, for the purpose of advising the government on matters or policy relating to education and the Union Territory. 2. The composition of the Advisory Board shall be as follows, namely, A. The Chairman of the Goa, Daman and Diu Board of Secondary and Higher Secondary Education, ex officio. B. 3 persons, who are the heads of 65 recognized private schools. C. 3 representatives of organizations of teachers of recognized private schools. D. 3 representatives of the managements of recognized private schools. 65 State Act Provisions. Year I. The Director, who shall be the Secretary to the Advisory Board. 0. The Principal of one of the colleges in the Union Territory. G. 2 members of the Legislative Assembly of the Union Territory to be nominated by the Speaker. H. 2 eminent educationists. I. 2 representatives of the parents and guardians of the students of recognized private schools. And 2 representatives of the students of recognized private schools. Road. The Gujarat Compulsory Primary Education Act 1961. Section 14 Penalty for employing a child to whom the scheme applies. Whenever knowingly takes into his employment, either on his own behalf or on behalf of any person, any child in respect of whom the provisions of Section 9 apply, so as to interfere with the education or instruction of such child shall, subject to the provisions of Section 20, on conviction, be punished with FTNE not exceeding ₹25 and in case of continuing contravention with an additional fine not exceeding ₹1 for every day during such contravention continues after conviction for the first of such contravention. Haryana Education 1 Ease. School Act Section ZL Managing Committee means the body of individuals entrusted with the management of any recognized private school or schools. Section ZO Private School means a school which is not run or sponsored by the government, director, a local authority or other authority designated or sponsored by the government. Section 5 Scheme of Management. Section 8 Terms and Conditions of Service of Employee of Added Schools. Section G Employee to be governed by a Code of Conduct. The Himachal Pradesh Board of School Education Act 1968. Section -2 Grams L Inspecting Officer means the District Education Officer, the Peri-District Education Officer, Block Education Officer or any other officer appointed for the inspection of schools by the Education Department of the Himachal Pradesh Government. The Farkhand Education Tribunal Act 2005. No provision for Management Committee and Safety Measures. 66 State Act FY Provisions Jammu and Kashmir School Education Act 2002. Section 1L No private school to be established or run without permission. 1. No private school shall be established, run or maintained without permission, in writing, of the government or the competent authority. 2. The government shall prescribe the procedure to be followed for the grant of permission to establish, run or maintain private schools. Section 13 Management of Private Schools. 1. No private school shall be managed and run by any person other than an educational agency. The government shall prescribe the procedure for registration of educational agencies. 2. Every educational agency shall appoint a manager to look after day-to-day running and administration of the school managed and run by such educational agency. Section 20 Conditions of Service of Staff in Private Schools. Section 22 State Education Advisory Board. The Karnataka Education Act 1983. Section SA Safety and Security of Students. Every educational institution and an employee of such educational institutions shall take such measures to ensure safety and security of students including protection from sexual offences, in the manner as may be prescribed. Chapter 7 Management of Recognized Private Educational Institutions and Local Authority Institutions, etc. Section 42 Managing Committee. Section 46 Powers and Functions of the Managing Committee. Chapter 17 Penalties. Section 11 ZA Penalty for contravention of Section 5A. 1. Any employee or member of the management of an educational institution who contravenes Section 5A shall on conviction, be punished with imprisonment for a minimum term of 6 months and with a fine which may extend to 1 lakh rupees. 2. Whenever any educational institution is found to be in contravention of Section 5A in an inquiry conducted, after giving an opportunity of being heard, by the District Education Regulatory Authority, it shall impose a penalty which may extend to 10 lakh rupees. 3. The District Education Regulatory Authority after such inquiry has found that any educational institution has contravened the provisions of Section 5A shall also recommend to the competent authority or concerned authority for withdrawal of recognition or affiliation to such institution. 67. I. The Education 1S8. Kerala Act. State Act Year Provisions. Section S4 Management of Government Schools and taken over or acquitted by government. The management of every government school and that of aided school taken over or acquired by the government under Section 14 or Section 15 as the case may be shall vest as specified below in the local authority noted against each namely. Section 12A Disciplinary Powers of Government over Teachers of Added Schools. Section 14 Taking over Management of Schools. D. Aided Schools. The Madhya Pradesh Land Shiksha Adhiniyam 2002. Chapter 3 Responsibilities of Institutions and Parent or Guardian. Section 20 Parent-Teacher Association means association of the parents of the students enrolled in a school and teachers of that school. Section 12 Parent-Teacher Association. Section 13 Education Committee. The Education Committee shall monitor the regular attendance of teachers in schools. The committee may direct the authority concerned to take action, including withholding of the disbursement of salary honorarium, against the teacher for his willful absence or negligence for such period as it may deem fit and refer the case to the disciplinary authority concerned for further action. The committee shall also perform such other functions as may be prescribed. The Maharashtra Primary Education Act L 9471. This act speaks about the constitution of board etc. No provision found regarding management for private school and the safety measures. The Elementary Secondary Education Law 72. Manipur N. Act. Section -3I Managing Committee means a managing committee of a high school or higher secondary school. The School Act 1981. Meghalaya Education Section 6 Scheme of Management Section G Terms and Conditions of Service of Employees of Recognized Private Schools. Section 20 Taking over the management of schools. Section 22 Meghalaya School Education Advisory Board. The Education 2003. Mizoram Act Section 218 Managing Committee means anybody of individuals, by whatever name called, in which the management of a school vests. 6b. I State Act Year Provisions. Section S Managing Committee or Governing Body of Educational Institutions. Provided that in the case of a recognized private educational institution which does not receive any aid from the government, the scheme of management shall apply with variation and modification as may be prescribed. Section 9 Terms and Conditions of Service of Employees of Recognized Educational Institutions. Section 10 Employees to be governed by a Code of Conduct. Section Z4 Taking over by the government of the management of educational institutions. Section Z6 State Advisory Board of Education. The Nagaland Board of School Education Act 1973. No provision for management committee and safety measures. The Education 1E6E. Orissa Act Managing Committee, a governing body of educational institution. Section 7A Supersession and Reconstitution of Managing Committee or Government Body. 1. Whenever the prescribed authority is satisfied that the managing committee or, as the case may be, the governing body of any private educational institution has neglected or failed to perform any of the duties imposed by or under this act or the rules, or to give effect to the order or direction issued by the tribunal under Section 24A, or has acted in excess of the authority vested in it or in any manner which is prejudicial to the interest of the educational institution, he may, after giving the managing committee or the governing body, as the case may be, a reasonable opportunity of showing cause, supersede the managing committee or the governing body, as the case may be. Chapter L Advisory Council in District School Board. Section 15 State Advisory Council of Education. The Pune Primary Education Act 1E60. Section 10 No person shall employ a child in a manner which shall prevent the child from attending an approved school. 69. I State Act Year Provisions. The Rajasthan Secondary Education Act 1S7. Section ZZ Appointment and Constitution of Committees. 1. The board shall appoint the following committees, namely, a. Committees of Courses, b. An Examination Committee, c. A Curriculum Committee, d. A Recognition Committee, a. An Evaluation Committee, l. A Finance Committee, and g. Such other committees as may be prescribed. The Sikkim Primary Education Act 2000. The state of Sikkim has separately framed the provisions in Sikkim Education Act in respect of accountability of the School Management Committee. The abstract of these provisions is annexed as Flag A in the booklet. The Tamil Compulsory Elementary Education R994. Nadu Act. Section 6 Competent Authority 1. The government may, by notification, appoint any officer or the Education Department, not below the rank of District Educational Officer, to be competent authority for the purpose of carrying into effect the provisions of this Act and the rules made thereunder, and different competent authorities may be appointed for different areas. 2. The competent authority shall exercise such powers and perform such other functions as may be prescribed. Section 10 Power of Government to give directions. The government may, in the public interest, by order, direct the competent authority to make an inquiry or to take appropriate proceedings under this Act in any case specified in the order, and the competent authority shall report to the government the result of the inquiry made or the proceedings taken by him within such period as may be prescribed. The Uttaranchal School Education Act 2006. Section ZZ Constitution of Committees 1. The board shall constitute the following committees as prescribed in the regulations. A difference committee may be constituted for different areas. 2. The following shall be the committees of the board, namely A. Curriculum Committee. B. Syllabus Committee. 70. I. State Act FY Provisions. C. Examinations Committee. D. Results Committee. A. Recognition Committee. And 0. Finance Committee. The Uttar Pradesh Basic Education Act A 72. No provision for Management Committee and Safety Measures. The West Bengal Primary Education Act 1973. No provision for Management Committee and Safety Measures. Other provisions. State of Uttar Pradesh April Z0T7. Uttar Pradesh government bans liquor shops near schools, colleges and religious places. State Maharashtra 201. Of State of Tamil Nadu 2003. Rule 8 of Tamil Nadu Liquor Vending (LN) Shops and Bars Rules, 2003 states that no liquor shop should be established in municipal corporations and municipalities within a distance of 50 meters from an existing place of worship or educational institutions, and that a minimum distance of 100 meters should be maintained between such places in all other local bodies. 71. I. Adapting Section 6 of the COTPA Act, 2003, the Maharashtra state government has passed an act stating that no person shall sell, offer for sale, or permit sale of cigarette or any other tobacco product to any person who is under 18 years of age and in an area it in a radius of 100 yards of any educational institution. Annexure L. Constitution of Parent-Teacher Association. As per Section 21 of RTE Act, 2009, private schools are exempted from formulating SMCs. In such schools, PTAs should be made mandatory, as SMCs and PTAs are an important link in monitoring the safety and security measures in schools. The private schools defined under Section 2(NIV) of RTE Act, 2009 should have a Parent-Teachers Association PTA. The following is only a suggestive model for the same. Co-MPOS or Parents Teachers Association PTA. A. There may be only one PTA in every school. B. The PTA may be formed within 1 month or the beginning of the academic session and may be sensitized, oriented on NCPCR's Manual on Safety and Security of Children in Schools. C. 50% of members of such committee can be women. D. PTA may consist of 2 parent representatives from each stage: pre-primary, elementary, secondary and senior secondary, including parents of children with disability, such that 3/4 of members of such committee may be parents or guardians. A. Out of the 3/4 member parents, 25% of the total strength of parent members could be reserved for parents or guardians of children admitted under Section 12(1)(c) of the RTE Act, 2009 F. 1 teacher from each level of schooling, i.e. pre-primary, elementary, secondary and senior secondary, may be nominated by the principal. G. 1 special invitee member with expertise in any school-related fields that would impact the overall school development. H. 1 representative member of the school management. I. Adequate representation of parents from disadvantaged categories may be ensured. J. In case the ward of parent member leaves the school in between the academic session, another parent guardian member from that class may be inducted into the PTA within 1 month. K. The school management may upload the names of PTA member on their website and on the notice board. 72 Terms of reference. A. The term of the PTA should be 1 academic year. B. The school management shall upload the names of PTA members on their website and on the notice board. C. As per Section 2(1) of RTE Act, 2009, a school, other than a school specified in subclause IV, of clause NJ of Section 2, shall constitute a school management committee consisting of the elected representatives of the local authority, parents or guardians of children admitted in such school and teacher. 73 Annexure. Making schools safe and secure, comprehensive checklist. 74. I. Does your school safety and security program include RL monitoring of certificates for safety and fitness of school building, natural or man-made disaster management and safety drills, CL zero tolerance about weapons and illegal drugs in and around school devices for adolescent. DL. Measures for student conduct including attendance, regularity, punctuality, respect, tolerance, helping attitude and also other disruptive behaviors such as bullying, fighting and violence, etc. L. Measures for teacher conduct, attendance, regularity, punctuality, respectful and dignified behavior to all are mechanism against harassment, sexual or verbal abuse, or discrimination of any sorts. 3. Reporting mechanisms in case of any instance of harassment, abuse or discrimination. Are parents and students aware of these policies? HLS suing notification to authorities, parents, students and staff about security-related events. SR. TO. IBI. I. Not taker up wet L caret L remark. Needs further attention. Criterion satisfactory. School safety and security prob. AM. TL. I. Measures for dealing with victim, perpetrating parents, other Santa Quejo LDERS, police and media in case of any untoward incident. ICAO norms on acceptable and unacceptable use of the internet in school premises. K. Norms on use of cell phones during school hours. L. Monitoring of building entrances, hallways and classrooms before, during and after school hours. M. Emergency evacuation plan, its display and regular drills on this. N. Police verification for hiring of teaching and non-teaching and contractual, voluntary and other staffs. O. Performance reviews of employees in compliance. WTH safety policies. AOD preventive actions. P. Are the school principals, teachers and staff aware of standard child protection mechanisms? 2. Has the school implemented the guidelines by National Disaster Management (NDMA) on school safety and emergency preparedness? 3. Does THPS school have a viable communication system in place? A. 9. Landline phone, safety and fire alarm, etc. Does your school have suggestion box, question boxes, grievance boxes or any other mechanism for students? 6. Parents to inform or communicate about any safety concerns of their children. 75. SR. ILO. I. L. I. 4. I. CD Terian satisfactory. I reads further. Attention. Not taken LLP yet. Na remarks. I. Leo. 5. Are students, teachers, non-teaching staff oriented to deal with common medical emergencies? Do you have LHE, School Safety Pledge prominently displayed in your school campus? Are the school's entrances, exits and doorways clearly marked signal? 8. Are the school's entrances, exits and doorways free of obstruction? 9. Is there regular maintenance of the entry-exit log for parents, visitors at a main gate? 10. Is there a security guard, CCW, any other mechanism of surveillance in school? Are the electric wires and cables insulated with proper earthing and beyond the reach of children? Are exit signs marked on each floor, e.g., auditorium, laboratories, big classrooms, libraries, etc. to show pathways during emergency? T3. Are the layer extinguishers suitably placed in the school? I4. Are these fire extinguishers regularly checked for expiry and functioning? LQ. Are staff and students trained to the use of fire extinguishers? 16. Does the school have a medical, sick room with all essential medicines and first aid equipment? 76. 16. I. B. T. Nareem fix. Needs further attention. Not takey up ret. Criterion satisfactory. I. L. IT1. Does the school have a designated parking area? 18. Is the school building surrounded by a boundary wall or NCE? Are hazardous goods and substances appropriately labeled, stored and kept away from students' access? 20. Are all lighting fire? Thus securely mounted and in working condition? 2T. Are the isolated rees old school well lit and under frequent and vigilarian? 22. Is sufficient and safe drinking water available for the students? 23. Is regular cleaning and fogging of water tanks and storage facilities being done? 24. Are the water tank and septic tank well covered and access blocked for children? 25. Are separate and functional toilets available for boys and girls for adolescent? 26. Are separate and functional toilets available for other staff members? 27. Does the school have a pre-primary class? LFSO, is it located on the ground floor? ZA. Has the school implemented the NCPCR guidelines for physical and infrastructural safety for residential schools? 29. Is there any stagnant water anywhere on the premises? 77. SR. No. I. L. I. Criteria satisfactory needs further attention. Lot taken up yet L remarks I. L. I. 30. Does the school have access to qualified counselor on call, as per requirement? For adolescents, are the students especially from primary classes oriented on personal safety, e.g., the difference between a safe touch and unsafe to? LCH, for children L. 32. Does the school have a students' council by TONSTD that deals with students' issues and concerns? 33. Are students oriented on life skills, exam preparedness and coping skills to MDNAAT ear, anger, peer pressure, bullying and ALK? ELK for adolescent L. 34. Does the school have regular orientation sessions with parents on common behavioral issues of children and adolescents? 35. Are there opportunities law parents apart from PTMS to interact with teachers and other appropriate authorities and inform about any safety concern? 36. The school addresses and does not tolerate issues of bullying, harassment and discrimination prejudice against students on basis of religion, caste, gender, language, physique or disability or any other factor. 37. Misconduct and inappropriate social behavior is strictly monitored and addressed like stealing, needless ring on the walls, harming. 78. I or taken up wet. Satisfactory na remarks leads further. Criteria attention S. No. C. I. IR. IT. Another student physically or emotionally in displaying any antisocial behavior. 38. Does the school have a basic medicine box NRST 8 care? 19. Are the emergency medical KI numbers displayed in the school? 0. Does TI school conduct regular health checkups and maintain comprehensive health cards of students? 41. Does the school orient the students on important health issues such as nutritious alternatives to junk food, importance of a balanced diet, etc.? For adolescent. 42. Does the school maintain an updated contact list of parents, guardians for every student of Rahe school? 43. Are self-defense programs conducted for the students? +4. Are school safety posters displayed at prominent places in the school? Is the school taking necessary steps for staff health and wellness promotion? 45. 46. Does your school have a tie-up for necessary referrals in case of common medical emergencies low nearby hospitals, nursing homes? 79. SR. No. D. I. Satisfactory needs further attention. Not takier up na remarks. A. Does the school keep a fitness certificate of all vehicles used to transport children to and from the school? RB. Do the vehicles used to transport children prominently display the school's name, address and telephone numbers? +9_ Is there a staff member to make safe arrangements higher boarding and the boarding and accompanying children from these vehicles? 50. Are the driving licenses of all drivers sworn before they are allowed to operate vehicles transporting students? 51. Is there a female attendant or teacher on board in all school buses? 52. Are the students oriented about NR less of conduct on and around school vehicles? 53. Has the school marked designated boarding and deboarding stops? 54. Are parents guardians informed about the nearby boarding and deboarding bus stops? Are first aid boxes with adequate, updated, necessary medicines placed in school buses? Are these medicines periodically checked for expiry? 56. Is the safe physical distancing and health norm maintained in car and sport vehicles? 57. Does the school provide barrier-free access for CWSN? A. 9. Ramps, handrails, warning blocks for steps, etc. BO. SR. No. L+7. 1 II. 55. Needs further. I not I tell NU over 10 voter. Criteria satisfactory na remarks. I. FICWSNII 58. Does the school have CWSN friendly toilets? A. 9. Grab bars, outward a two-way opening door, maneuvering space for the wheelchair. etc. 59. Does the school have a sensitization program for students and teachers so as to accommodate and harmonize with CWSN? 60. Are the school authorities aware that schools can now report incidents of cyberbullying and abuse through POXO A box or email or Telugu? 4 Adolert 60. Are students and parents oriented on reporting to the cybercrime department of the concerned state in case of any incident of cyberbullying and abuse? 62. Is access to computer rooms and use of electronic and technological devices in the school supervised by TAEC? S. LFORA do ISNT. 63. Have $A school staff and teachers been sensitized on child protection policy and child-related legislation such as POXO, YAC, Cyber Safety Act, Anti-Narcotics Act etc. 64. Has any teacher in the school undertaken any professional course on skills in guidance and counseling? 65. Have the school staff been oriented to be watchful towards irregularities in the surroundings, e.g. suspicious vehicles, containers, broken air vents, etc. 81. SR. No. C. Criterion satisfactory needs further attention. Not take up na remarks. H senior. No. Criterion satisfactory needs further attention. Not taken up yet na remarks. 66. Has THC school conducted an orientation on ways to integrate C Jatil S Eurocuric and LCLTB Chin in the CLNSFT OMD? 82. LT Annexure LV. Constitution of School Safety Committee ISSC. The suggested constitution of the committee is as follows. 1. Chairperson, Head of Institution Principal or the Headmaster, as SK is the key nodal person. 2. Student Safety Officer SSO or Child Protection Officer CPO. The head shall be assisted by a SSO CPO, who may be nominated from amongst the teaching or non-teaching staff of the school. The CPO should not be a contract employee or part-time employee. The CPO must be a permanent employee, if possible with at least 5 years service in the school and preferably, with a background in child psychology and counseling or experience of working with children and familiar with child protection concerns and procedures. 3. Faculty representatives. 2 or more representatives from the teaching or non-teaching staff, of which at least one should be women. This could also be broken down as follows. A. 1 management representative. B. 1 faculty representative each from primary, middle and senior school. 4. Parent representatives. 2 parents including where applicable 1 parent who is also a parent representative of the School Management Committee SMC or Parent Teachers Association PTA. The parental membership must be rotational with their term not exceeding 1 years. 5. Student representatives. 2 from senior students, preferably where possible 1 girl and 1 boy. 6. Alumni representatives optional 1 to 2 representatives from active alumni members who have passion for school development and could devote time. Functions. 1. The SSC is to hold quarterly meetings, and minutes of the meeting are to be maintained and made available for the records. 2. SSC must undertake a safety walk of the entire school premises once every quarter, in order to ensure compliance of standard safety measures. In addition to the students, all members of the school safety committee must be present during every safety walk, as far as possible. 3. Feedback complaint boxes on safety measures must be maintained at 1-2 prominent locations in all schools and the same be open during the school safety walk and action must be taken on queries, complaints, suggestions within 1.5 days of opening of the suggestion boxes. B3 Annexure V. Integrating learning about safety in school education. Grade appropriate learning about safety of schools, checklist. In view of inculcating sensitivity towards safety of oneself and others, schools need to organize relevant activities and on regular basis. Teachers may design variety of activities in this regard, e.g., school safety puzzle, school safety quiz, school safety role play, school safety snake ladder board game, school safety puppet show, learning about school safety, etc. These activities may be conducted as a group or individual activity. Learning about school safety also needs to be conducted on a regular basis, preferably once in 6 months using following 2 approaches. The Learning About School Safety team of the school comprising students and teachers conduct a survey with students across the classes using tools developed by them. Learning About School Safety is teaching learning activity with inbuilt assessment by all the class students. Following is a suggestive approach to integrating learning about school safety in the education of children. A. Safety inspection of the school by a team comprising students and teachers. Interview for students. Are there any places in this building or any times of the day when you feel unsafe? If so, explain. A. B4. The team can make arrangements to have a small group of students 4 to 8 who represent a cross-section of the middle through secondary grades. So far as possible 6 to 12 meet with the team at a time that is least disruptive to the instructional schedule. The responses need to be anonymized for protecting the interest of all students. Schedule approximately 15 minutes, no longer than 30 minutes, to conduct the following interview with students. B. This school year, have you or your fellow students physically harmed, threatened or bullied at school? If so, what was the extent of injuries? What was the school's response to the situation? C. You knew that there was the potential for danger or harm being done to yourself or others at this school. Would you tell some adult about this? FSO, to whom would you go? If not, why not? D. Do the teachers and principals in this school encourage students to report incidents of harassment, bullying, threats, etc.? Is there a process in place for doing so? A. Are you aware of any gang activity at this school? If so, do you believe this presents any danger to yourself or to others at the school? Why or why not? F. Do students who get into fights get help in learning how to resolve conflicts without fighting? G. Are there programs in the school to help students whose grades are falling? H. Have students been encouraged to establish clubs and activities with a safety focus? I. Have students had any training in personal safety and how to avoid becoming victims of violence? J. Is there a safety or security issue that, in your opinion, is not being adequately addressed to eliminate the problem? What would you suggest to address the issue? B. Rating scale for preparatory and middle stage students. This may be a group class survey activity. Children may be asked to give their views on the rating scale. These rating scales need to be developed involving students as per the context and location of the school. An exemplar rating scale is given below. At this school, always, sometime, never, don't. No. We take good care of the playgrounds. My classroom looks nice. Students help make decisions. Students can be in many different groups and activities. Teachers here are nice people. My teachers respect me. 85. We keep the building and toilets clean. Teachers let me know when I'm doing a good job. I have good relationships with my teachers. Students respect the teachers. I'm comfortable talking to a teacher about my problems. I feel very safe. I feel safe on the way to school and on the way home. When students have an emergency, they know whom to approach. You can trust most people. Adults care about students. Even people who are different are respected. Filled up inspection forms may be collected by the school team and they can analyze the data and make a report to be submitted to school authorities for taking necessary steps. C. Safety is teaching learning activity in foundational years. Learning about school safety needs to be conducted for all the students at the 4 school stages, i.e., foundational, preparatory, middle and secondary. The levels may be decided accordingly, e.g., for foundational stage children, it may be in the form of answering following questions. A. When and why the child or his/her friends feel angry. B. When and why the child or his/her friends feel sad. C. Does the child feel happy and relaxed in the school? D. What thing does the child not like about TLE school? D. Safety inspection is teaching learning activity, group activity in a classroom for older children. B6. I children at all the stages need to be motivated to develop their own questions regarding the inspection. This may be conducted as a group activity in a classroom. Details of conducting this activity are given below. Group work I. In order to do this activity with children of specific class, the teacher may divide them into groups with equal proportionate number of children and assign the following task. Group 1. To NND out about safety of school infrastructure. Group L. To explore points related to safe interpersonal interactions in and outside the school. Group L. To find out points related to emotional safety and security. Group LV. To find out points related to cyber safety. Likewise, if more groups are there, tasks may be repeated or teachers may assign smaller tasks to each of the groups. Observe and record. The teacher may ask each group to divide the task amongst the group members for framing questions, take observations and record them. She may help children in the process. Some of the exemplar questions developed areas under infrastructure-related safety. A. Does your school building have a boundary wall or fence? B. Does your school provide sufficient and safe drinking water available for the students? C. Are ceiling fans fixed properly and in working condition? D. Number of doors, windows, ventilators in the classroom. A. Are the school's entrances, exits and doorways clearly marked signage? F. Does your school have an emergency evacuation plan on display and are regular drills conducted on this for staff and students? G. Does your school have a viable communication system in place in the school, e.g., landline phone, safety and fire alarm, etc.? H. Does your school have suitably placed fire extinguishers in the school? Socio-emotional safety. A. Have you noticed any child in your class who often gets angry? B. When you are feeling down, do you share our feelings with others? 87C. Does your teacher encourage students 6 to talk about their feelings? D. Does your school provide access to a counselor? A. Are students oriented on importance of personal safety, difference between good touch and bad touch? Does your school have a student council, Bal Sansad, that deals with students' issues and concerns? Health and physical safety. A. Do you have access to a basic medicine box first aid kit in the school? B. Are regular health checkups conducted in the school? C. Do you have access to a nurse doctor in times of medical crisis? D. Does your school maintain comprehensive health cards for every student? A. Does your school have a suggestion complaint box in place? F. Do you have a school safety pledge in the school? Cyber security. A. Do you have an internet facility in the school? B. Are mobile phones allowed in the classroom? C. Is the access to computer rooms and use of electronic and technological devices in the school supervised by teachers? Disaster response. A. Does your school have a disaster management plan? B. Have you seen and understood the disaster management plan for your classroom in school? C. Does your school have mock drills for disaster response? D. Have you participated in the drills and understood your responsibilities? Think, reflect and act. Teachers may also provide opportunities to think and reflect or create opportunities for cross-age mentoring. Younger students are receptive to both the attention and leadership of older students, and likewise the older students benefit from the added responsibility of modeling appropriate behaviors. Some questions in this regard are: A. How to make the school more safe and secure? F. 88B. Consider ways to redirect negative behaviors toward positive leadership opportunities. Respect diversity. Devil C. Explore ways to T. I1 eel. U. P. Srups, ERC appropriate action. 5 RRCV dresses Contahooks reach the authorities for timely and assessment. The teacher may help children which Royload discussions *J. L. 1 FF, FFI, NRED Rahe report Baro Horcrass. Using rubrics that a reacher mav design Husafar and Wo. N. 0. 1. L. RL. I. Trail 3 points care. Cramming questions F. Remains questions with the help of peers. F. Remains new questions on his own and finalizes with the help of teacher and peers. F. Remains questions independently. F. Data collection asks questions N. Uses few probes. Ask questions with many probes. Probes deeply and even modifies or frames new questions on the spot. Data recording the responses is not organized. Systematically records the collected information. Systematically records and presents the information. Drawing conclusion makes some sense of the information. Draws appropriate meaning. Makes meaning and explains logically. Reporting prepares report but unsure while presenting. Prepares report and presents with confidence. Prepares comprehensively articulated report and explains logically with confidence. Works patiently in groups. Works patiently in groups and also helps others. Working together. Difficulty in working with others. Sometimes. B9. Level 1 Level 3 Level 1 for a given activity or outcomes. CHITD needs a lot of support from teacher. Adult. Level IR for a given activity or outcome. Child is able to perform with proper feedback and support. Level OL. For a given activity or outcome. Child works independently with occasional support. 90 Annexure V. School SAFETYPI. Edge. We, the teachers, parents and students of name of Shur pledge to ensure that our Shur is a safe, secure and happy place for all. We pledge to support the head of the school who shall _1 leave the school building at the end of the school day only after ensuring that no child is behind inside or outside the school premises. 2. Ensure that students, teachers and staff stay back in Shur for various activities only with his/her permission. 3. Meet and interact with all students and teachers regularly and at least once a week. 4. Ensure that teachers are sensitive to the needs and concerns of students, especially those in the primary classes. Create a healthy, clean and non-threatening environment and curb bullying. Carry out evacuation drills regularly. Maintain a suggestion POXO box and check the comments shared by students regularly. SL 6. 7. L. Important telephone numbers. National Emergency Response 112. State UT Disaster Helpline Number. Childline 1098. State Counseling Helpline. Hospital. Fire. Block Education Officer. District Collector. Name of Head of School 91.